They didn't know, Kev. They only saw Eugene, CJ and Dongalord hiding behind the house, waiting patiently. If that 4005 can blow up Rainbow in one shot.
Oh, great trades coming forward though from the Bulldogs. You can see how much HP has been bled out, and now Madhouse can come into the equation.
JS now one shot away from getting rid of Boomoff. What a tracking shot. And now they'll be able to continue this train rolling. Just look at all these tanks coming around the corner. We'll find out how this is going to work out for Panthers because they need to start putting some of that damage back onto speed. Oh my word. Inevitably, Knight dies to 2 Bat Chat. That's just a given. But it's a question of how much damage comes through. Oh, never mind. It's just 1 Bat Chat now. Great shot. He's the one that's being more mobile. He's the one that's trying to look for this engagement.
Yes.
He hits the shot.
Well, hello. Great to see you. It has been what feels like forever. ANZPL Season 3. We are back. It's going to be an awesome season. We had that sick bumper. And I don't think you're going to get sick of it by the end of the season. Because it's going to be awesome. We're going to see it 100 times. And I'm very, very happy, man. I've got Elfish Guy. I've got Kev. We're all back. The band's back together. And yeah, bigger and better. And Jordan, I know we say this a lot, but we've looked at all the rules, looked at all the changes, a few shake-ups this season, and honestly, this is shaping up to be a very cool season of ANZPL.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think personally that it is just down to the rule changes and the team changes, roster changes, map changes. I also think that there's quite a bit of interesting stuff going on in terms of the production value as well. There's cool new things. There's a bumper. That's awesome. When we get into the games, you're going to see how things are going to sort of shape up as well. So, look, you refer to a bunch of those changes, Ben. There is plenty of them. I'm sure we're going to have to talk about them over the course of the season, but here they are.
Yeah, this is them up on the screen right now. Obviously, some people might have said, well, it's not really ANZPL, it's ANZPL Let's 2-2. 2-2s are out the window. We've gone from 7 to 8 minutes. That extra minute hopefully going to give us a little bit more time to get some results in. We've gone from a best of 4 to that best of 5 if we need it. So if it is 2-2, we get one extra battle. We get the tiebreaker, which, Kev, was my favorite part of playoffs, going to that tiebreaker every time. Like, the pressure was on. You couldn't just draw your way through. We're taking a look at what we see here. What is the highlight for you of these changes for Season 3?
Yeah, it's fantastic that we're not going to see any draws. As much as I think 2-2 was a bit of a meme and everyone really did enjoy it, I think everyone does like a clear-cut winner and loser. Everyone likes having a conclusion to, obviously, a great battle. And the one that the biggest thing I want to take away over here is obviously the map change. So Ruinberg is out the window and Tundra's come in. Now, Tundra obviously is a very interesting map, very, very different to the style of Ruinberg. So that to me is it's going to be interesting to see when it's going to be incorporated. Obviously, some teams may want to play it. Some teams may want to ban it out over here, Ben.
Yeah, we'll see how much Tundra we see in Season 3. And I wasn't super stoked about map changes in Season 2, but it turned out for the best, so I've no doubt it'll be the same this season as well. And you can see a revised points structure. Essentially, we're dividing 3 points across every match, and if you win outright, that means you don't go to the tiebreaker. You get 3. Otherwise, the win isn't worth as much. So we're not going to get to the end of the season and have these scores that are as close, I think, as they were in Season 1 and Season 2, where teams drew their way through to the last week and then were able to get away with one last victory to push them through to the top 4. So definitely some strategy going to need to change with teams. And I think, I'm not always a fan of changes, but I like all of these changes. So we'll see how it shakes it up. But guys, we've made changes to the format. The other thing that's changed a little bit is the team. So I guess let's go and take a look. Jordan, what about this Adelaide ActionX team?
Yeah, I mean, you talk about changes for them. Quite a few coming through. We've got Captain Cows, Val, and Zanin coming into this roster. The rest are remaining through as the core. I think as far as roster upgrades or downgrades are concerned, you could actually potentially consider this a little bit of an upgrade. I mean, you do lose Kane, Party, and Speed. I think Party and Speed in particular are big losses, but to be fair, we didn't really see Party playing a whole lot last season. Val coming in as one of the top players in the region, I suppose a few years ago. Whether or not that's going to be the case now, whether it's going to be the case coming into a format like this, we obviously have to wait and see. Zanin has a bit of experience coming through from the North Sydney Sentinels. So overall, I don't think this is really overall a massive net positive or negative for ActionX. They did finish Season 2 last time around though, Ben. So I'm expecting somewhere similar for them. Maybe they can make a push for playoffs, but obviously we're going to have to wait and see as the season goes.
Well, let's certainly have to wait and see. Let's move across now to the Auckland Archers. Kev, what are your thoughts?
I always find it obviously interesting. Saf is, I think that's the biggest thing that I want to include into
Who?
the conversation. Saf.
Never heard of him. Is he
Yeah,
new? Is he new to tanks?
yeah, I think so. He's a professional kite surfer from what I've heard. Stewie
Ah,
as well being the other pickup for the Auckland Archers. And I think the biggest storyline coming into this season, obviously, is them coming from, I believe, tied 7th or 8th from the previous season, is it comes down to that mental game for them. They've got a lot of quality players, and it's a question of whether or not they can put together the pieces and actually make a cohesive run towards the finals. Like I said, they've got the quality, but do they have the mentality to do it?
yeah, a lot of attitude. The attitude and how you gel as a team. We've seen that time and time again be super important in any sort of competitive gaming, but particularly here in tanks. Let's move across and take a look at changes for team number 3. It's going to be the Brisbane Bulldogs, the Brizzy Bulldogs, Jordan. Look, I was almost surprised when they made it through to finals in Season 2, and then I was maybe disappointed when they didn't win. What is this Season 3 lineup looking like for you?
Well, it's exactly the same as the Season 2 lineup, Ben. That's the fun part about this team. They're the only one that actually hasn't made a change at all. The others that were sort of close in that respect were Matildas and Skorpions, both making one change each, but Bulldogs exactly the same as Season 2. And I think there's a good reason for that, right? They had a pretty good run. They made it to second, but there's this air of perhaps a little bit of unfinished business for the Bulldogs where maybe they were a bit disappointed to walk away with second, as you would be. Obviously, would be looking towards these teams, this team rather, to be one of the teams to sort of make it through to the finals once again. You've also got the number 1 rated fantasy player, or fantasy, I suppose, individual in Dark, and the number 7 in Madhouse on this team as well. So, a solid roster, very, very stacked, and obviously a history of results, second in Season 2, third, fourth in Season 1. So I'd be expecting them to, put up the numbers once again this season.
Yeah, no changes for them, as you said. We'll see whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I was hoping to see Madhouse get the boot, but not to be the case. The Christchurch Conquerors. Kev, what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, a lot of changes, right? Obviously, Conquerors having a bit of an interesting season last time around. They're the only ones to really take a series off the Sentinels. Obviously, our two-time champion so far of the ANZPL. Not really getting any superstar pickups. I mean, when you're looking at the pickups, there's no huge names in there in terms of Buff Panther as well as Critical. Goober's also gone, who was arguably one of the better players inside the league from what a lot of the players are saying. But maybe the trick for the Conquerors is all about synergy. It's about teamwork. In this 5-on-5 format, it's not the case of sometimes having the best individual, but the best teamwork, and maybe that's what they're going for. I also want to say I do like Bluey's picture. I think that's a very unique one over there.
I love it. Got to see it. Love to see it. All right, that's the Conquerors done and dusted. Move now across to the Melbourne Matildas, Jordan. They actually had a pretty good season last season. Came out in 3rd place. Maybe it could have been first, but not to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think at one point it did look like they might actually be the team to beat in the season. Then a few internal issues, I suppose, is what we'll call it, occurred, and they did seem to sort of mental boom a little bit. They didn't even manage to make it into the final, though they did manage to win the 3rd, 4th place match. So overall, I think for Melbourne Matildas, you have to take it as it comes. Given that they were the last place team in Season 1 to finish 3rd in Season 2 is a very, very nice improvement. Yeah. I think they'll be looking to do that once again. The loss of Geordie, as far as the in-game leadership is concerned, is a little bit disappointing, but you do bring Bolognese in. That's the change for the Matildas this time around. And obviously, Bol's a very, very experienced player. The question is going to be whether or not he's washed up, whether he's going to come back in and perform, or is he going to come back in and sort of just float around a little bit before leaving the team, very similar to what we saw from him on the Panthers in Season 1. So I have high hopes for this Matildas roster. Yeah, but I'm not sure exactly what we're going to get. It could be really, really good. It could also be a little bit wishy-washy, so we're going to have to wait and see what we get. But as always, Ben, I am a big fan of Bales, so I will be backing them to make another playoffs run, at least.
All right, well, they'd be looking to make top 4, one would expect. Coming up next, the Perth Panthers. They finished up last season, Kev, at the bottom of the leaderboard. What are their hopes for Season 3?
This is all across upgrades for the team. I think that's the truth of it. They managed to pick up Goober, which I rate very highly as a player, and apparently he's a top bloke. I can agree with that as well. He's it's pretty solid up there. I mean, who else did they get? They also got Pro Loser, who's a fantastic player. The pieces are adding up, honestly, for the Perth Panthers. They might be coming in, and this is what Roendi told me, actually, is that he's actually picking them to end up in the top 4. Not sure about that just yet, but they've got the pieces. Like I said, it's the question of whether or not they can actually put them together. So I'm looking forward to what the Panthers can actually bring for us this season.
Okay, well, anything's better than 8, so we'll see what they can do. Next up, they were number 1 in Season 1, number 1 in Season 2, the North Sydney Sentinels, looking to make it back to back to back. Elfish Guy, have they got a chance, I suspect, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, there's a very good argument to be made that this is probably still the team to beat coming into Season 3. Remember, they did have a little bit of an up and down season in Season 2, but they came good once they got into playoffs. Once they got to the finals, they really didn't look like they were going to drop that final series at all. A couple of changes coming through for them. Monkey and Soy Milk coming in, obviously through from just being new players essentially. Speed coming across as a transfer from ActionX. So the players that move out, Doodle Tank, Rowan, Zanin, I think are big losses. At the very least, Rowendi in particular is probably the one to note. I think he just basically decided he wanted to retire, and I think that is a big loss for the Sentinels. He was, a big part of that team for Season 1 and for Season 2. But you still have that core of Iron Guard, Rainbow, Cindy, and Wymo coming through from Season 2. And I think that should be more than enough to at least make a lot of teams scared of this North Sydney Sentinels roster. Bolstered, obviously, by the addition of Speed. I think he's been a solid individual over the course of the last couple of seasons. And interestingly enough, actually the only player that's played on three different teams over the 3 different seasons. What we're going to get from Monkey and Soy Milk, remains to be seen.
And from North Sydney down to South Sydney, Kev, the South Sydney Skorpions will round us out as team number 8 to take a look at. Kev, I'm going to put it to you that the Skorpions are maybe the most underperforming team in ANZPL history. I know you disagree. What do you think of this lineup?
I'd agree with you actually on some points over there, considering obviously the previous seasons, this is a team that you're looking at the tenure and some of the experience of some of the players. They should be.
They could have won. Yeah. They could have won.
Yeah, they were up 3-0 against the Sentinels last season, and obviously all of it was just a couple of rounds, a couple of plays, and look, you got to move on beyond that. They've tried to keep the same roster, the same core. I do believe there's only been one change in terms of an actual player dropping in and dropping out, and one person dropping in. But look, I'm hoping they can make a deeper run in playoffs and obviously try to capitalize on the scenarios this time around. The reason why I would say that they haven't really, I don't know how to phrase it now, to be honest. I've kind of thrown myself for a loop. The reason why I say 5th and 4th is okay for them is because they don't really have that many superstar players, right? They've got solid players, but no one that's an insane superstar, no one that I would argue is like a top server player. When you look at the players like your Party, your Bales, JT is a fantastic player, but I wouldn't put him in the superstar status. Correct me if I'm wrong.
He's number 3 in Fantasy League for Season 2.
Okay,
so
there you go.
Take what you can get from that, Kev. But like my BM aside, this is a team that I think we all know is capable of coming first. They could have done it last season. My expectation is maybe they could, go a couple better this season, but it will be up to them, as with every team, of course. So those are 8 teams. I'm impressed. It's great to see how everything's come together, how some players have come in from the B League, how some players have come back either from, back in the day or back in Season 1. And I think there's some really solid lineups all across the board. So I can't wait to see the matches. And here they are. It's week 1 matches. This is what we're going to be seeing tonight. The Archers up against the Conquerors. It's essentially North Island versus South Island, the Battle of New Zealand. We'll see who comes out on top. Then the Sentinels up against the Matildas. The Skorpions up against the Panthers. And finally, the Bulldogs and the Adelaide ActionX go head-to-head. Elfish Guy, what is your pick of these 4 matches tonight?
Well, that's a tough one to call. I think for me, probably North Sydney Sentinels and Melbourne Matildas, that second game of the day.
Yeah.
It's definitely a hard thing to say. Obviously, this being day 1 of the season, we're not really sure exactly what to expect from all of the teams. We can come in with some preconceived notions through from Season 2, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to remain true. Still, with that said, North Sydney Sentinels, Melbourne Matildas, a great matchup that we got to see a few times last season. Some pretty close results, some pretty interesting results where Melbourne Matildas actually got the better of the North Sydney Sentinels, which was, I think, surprising in some instances. So with some of the changes on both of those 2 teams, I am quite looking forward to seeing sort of how that matchup does shape up once again.
Absolutely. So, look, obviously we got Fantasy League going on in the background all this season like we did in Season 2. But, gents, we also have our predictions. So each and every week you're going to get our cast predictions. I'm certainly going to win the award for cutest photograph in the cast predictions. But this is what we've gone out and put. Okay, Game 2 and Game 3 Game 3 and 4 looking pretty close. For Game 1 and 2, there's a few differences there. Kev, I would suggest that you're the one here who's most in sync with the the greater World of Tanks community here in ANZ. And what do you think of what Elfish Guy and I have here?
It's a pretty hard call between for all of them in terms of even the Skorpions, Panthers, Bulldogs, as well as Centurion ActionX, Adelaide ActionX. I'm always going to mistake
Not
that
for the first time.
Not for the first time. It's in my garage finally. I've played it a couple of times, so that's my excuse over here. Look, this is first week. We don't know what to expect from a lot of the roster changes. We don't know what the mentality is going to be. I can make an argument for the Matildas taking that victory. It's not anything that's going to be out of the realms of possibility. Even for the Conquerors taking the victory, could definitely happen, Sandman. I've just gone based on Sentinels on the back of some solid form in terms of I'm looking across that roster. I'm going, that's a lot of scary players that I've played with that I've kind of see their ability, and it just startles me every single time, in all honesty.
Look, I think there's something to be said here as well for the changes from 7 to 8 minutes and then going from 4 battles up to that third map/5th battle, where in the past teams have just been able to grind out winning on the defensive side. And that's not going to be good enough anymore. So that really is going to allow us to sort of split these teams apart. So I guess we've spoken about the season, we've had a chat about the team changes, and we've had a chat about how we got here. But I think we can probably have a good combo now. Let's break down game number 1, right? Let's kick this one off. It's the Battle of New Zealand. The Archers up against the Conquerors. And Elfish Guy, talk us through what your expectations are here, and maybe we can have a chat about Celestia.
Yeah, I guess to sort of touch on things a little bit more in depth for Auckland Archers, I feel like they severely underperformed last season. Again, there was sort of internal issues. There was a bit of memery going on for this team. And I really don't think that they hit the level that they ought to have with the individuals that they've got on the roster. Celestia in particular, the 9th rated player out of Season 2 Fantasy, I felt like was the one that was kind of leading from the front for the Archers last time around. But obviously, you need to be looking at players like Returned as well, in particular, obviously coming through from that core roster to be a solid step up. And, of course, you've got Safi and Stewie coming into this roster as well. So, in my mind, looking at the Archers, I think that second place in Season 1 is almost more representative of where I'd like to be seeing them than the 8th place that we got from them in Season 2. And obviously, Season 1 was a long time ago, but Season 2... I sort of feel like it was a blip on the radar. And if they actually get it together, if they sort themselves out coming here into Season 3, I think they can be a really, really solid contender. I definitely think they can be a playoffs run. It's just a question of how deep in that playoffs run can they go. And I think a lot of those questions are going to come down to Celestia, Safi, Returned, and then how the rest of the team sort of gels around that roster.
All right, and here's our map choices going into this one. Prokhorovka and Cliff are the 2 maps that we're going to be playing 2 battles off. And should we need it, Kev? But our tiebreaker, it's Mines. Now, for everyone playing along at home, the tiebreaker for this season is picked. There's 1 tiebreaker each week, and that will rotate through the weeks. So for week 1, it is Mines. Kev, thoughts on the maps we're going to see here today?
Oh, I don't mind it. I mean, it's no Muravanka, so I think I've made my opinion pretty clear. Look, actually, Muravanka is going to be a bit more fascinating for me because there is 8 minutes, as you guys have pointed out, with the changes. And I think this is actually going to help a lot in Prokhorovka. That 7 to 8 minutes, how many times have we seen games that the attacking side could take it and almost would have a chance if they had an extra minute? I felt like it wasn't the first time I said that the previous season. We might see that come into effect. And obviously Cliff has just been an absolutely exciting one. You think back to lots of clutch moments, every critical part, every single time, that Jay Rady gets set on fire. That's on Cliff right there. So yeah. It's pretty good. Mine's 50-50 map, but I think that's also fair. Tiebreaker, it does have to go to a bit of a point map.
And it makes that attacking side even more important. If you're trying to remember how does tiebreaker work, I think You start off which team had the fastest attacking side win. If no one had an attacking side win, who had an attacking side with the most amount of damage. So it encourages teams to get out there to make something of it. But this is it. Map number 1, Battle 1 of ANZPL Season 3. It's the Archers up against the Conquerors. Of course, we're going to start off with the Kiwis because they're like 2 or 3 hours ahead, gents. Let's kick this one off.
And I love this. How good does this look at this point in time? You just jump into the map off the back of the fly-through, and then we're going to get into the real deal, the real business, Archers and Conquerors. It's almost cinematic to start things off for Season 3 of ANZPL, Kev. We didn't get to talk too much to the Conquerors. Was there anything really that you feel we need to speak to before this game kicks off? Or in fact, maybe you're not going to have time to say anything because they're already starting to see players getting spotted on both sides.
I mean, it's already straight into the action, right? For the Conquerors, I think it's... Look, they've got a core 3 there. Tuck's been playing from the previous season, so is Slayer. Bluey as well, I do believe, was part of that core, and obviously Critical has come in over here. He's actually a fantastic individual player that's really just been grinding his way through. Look, Safi's cleared out the other side of the map, and obviously this is what you want to do. They're going to... Well, Conqueror's actually going to commit over to the other VZs. This is going to be very hard to dig out. They're going to have to take a lot of damage. The focus fire needs to be on point over here for the Archers.
Oh, I don't know about this one for the Conquerors. It looks like they've run themselves into a crossfire. You have Safi on the backside in that T100 LT, absolutely unhindered. The VZ55s, Stewie and Celestia, just sitting in the front, waiting for those reloads after obviously dumping a couple of shots in already. It's a fantastic start to the season for Archers here. Conquerors have tried to do something decisive. They've tried to get aggressive, but they've walked into a crossfire between 2 VZ55s, a batch out of CS63, and a T100 LT, and you're just not going to survive that. Safi at the moment chasing Royal Kiwi down. That batch out not going to get the reload off, and inevitably, Kev, we are going to see round 1 go the way of Archers if nothing goes too untoward.
Yeah, so for Conquerors, I think they realized they lost a lot of map control at the end of the day, and they just had to try to dive in and do something at the end of it. But that's a comprehensive defensive victory. It just comes out to a brawl. The VZs land the first couple of shots. They make sure they take down some of those targets, and that looks very, very easy. That
was very fast. Wow, we back. How did we get here? And look, we didn't even get a chance really to touch on the VZ55s at all during our sort of pre-game chat, but both teams rolling out by looks of things with 2 a pop this time around. Jordan, are we expecting to see more of this VZ55? It's just like, I don't know. I like it, but I don't like it. Am I going to be a fan by the end of the season? What do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, I played a little bit of it when we got our press accounts coming into Season 3 just to sort of check it out. And I got to say, it sort of felt pretty good. It didn't feel like a bad tank by any stretch of the imagination. 2-clip autoloader. You know, you've got a decent amount of damage that you can dump down. And if you've got 2 of them sitting next to each other, then, you know, there's a fairly significant amount of damage output that if you just have one more tank sort of floating around, you can, in a sense, probably just blow one tank up if the positioning is looking bad. So I think that's kind of what we saw there. It was just a nice setup from the Archers. Conquerors ran into the VZ55s. They both dumped their shots. And then obviously the Bat Chats up on the hill as well are able to inevitably get some angles. And things, you know, sort of work out quite comfortably, quite easily for the Archers there. So I suppose it's a bit of a roundabout answer to your question, Ben, but from what I've been hearing, we are going to be seeing a fair bit of the VZ55. Whether or not it's going to be used well is another question, but I suppose that's up to the individual teams.
Yeah, we'll see what the strats look like. It's either going to go really well or it's going to go really poorly, but the fact that we see 4 on the battlefield in our first matchup of the season kind of, I don't know, Kev, to me kind of indicates that we might be seeing a little bit more of it. What were your main takeaways from the whole 2 minutes we just watched?
Just comes down to trench positioning and focus fire a lot of the time. So even though Archers, you look at it and you go, oh, maybe they don't have a T100 LT that does a lot of damage. It's just chipping away. It finds that bat chat, isolates and wins it. And you can see Archers actually respond very appropriately to what the Conquerors were doing. They were trying to get the advantage and go for the 5-on-4, but Safi realizes what's going on, and he actually drives over the rails at the same time the engagement begins. So it's going to be that 5-on-5 brawl from the beginning. And it comes down, hits a couple of VZ shots at the start, and 490 alpha is nothing this is at the end of the day. I think one of the shots do actually ricochet off one of the Archers players, and because the VZs take so much damage at the beginning from the Conquerors, they can't get the second clip off.
Look, by the end of the season, you might get sick of these two with their. It's going to be the Safi fan club is what I'm going to call it, and that's what we're going to have by the end of this season, I suspect. If he's still here, we'll have to wait and see. But this is a good start. This is a good start for him. It gets him back into it. I'm sure he doesn't need it, but we'll see just how good he is if he truly is washed up or not. But that's the start that the Archers were looking for. Of course, defensive side of the map that they picked, and as we were alluding to earlier, Jordan, it's the attacking side kind of putting the pressure on now as well, where you are looking for that, at least one good attacking side out of your two, whether that's you manage to, eke out a little bit of damage that you're able to farm, or of course you come up with a victory, because if we do get to that 2-2, it's going to come down to that by the time we go to the tiebreaker and you get your pick a side then. Surely that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I guess ultimately the goal is to try and win 3 out of the 4
first. Good luck with that.
But if Archers get off to a great start here in the second round and, manage to 2-0 on proc, then they're off to the races, right? Already such a comprehensive defensive victory. Even if this is sort of a tight win, you get yourself up 2-0, and I think it's often quite difficult to come back from a 2-0 deficit, especially in like the early weeks where maybe teams aren't as practiced, as prepared, and they haven't been scrimming quite as much. So there aren't those sort of fundamentals to fall back on. And I wonder if maybe, Kev, that was part of the issue for Conquerors on the attack there, where they didn't really have a clear understanding or clear idea of exactly what they wanted to be doing. So they kind of just went full send. And obviously, in a lot of instances, that's not going to quite work out for you. So we'll see how things do pan out here in the second round of ANZ PL Season 3. It is Archers on the attack. Safi just going for, the customary spotting run in mid. They're on Prokhorovka. Sets his team up nicely with a bit of information, but nothing really too crazy happening to start things off.
Yeah, this is actually going to be a bit more difficult for the Conquerors, I believe, on the defense, because it's so odd sometimes to actually see Prokhorovka where you're not playing with a tier 100 LT. They've actually gone for a little bit more firepower. I mean, it's a lot of damage if it connects, right? You've got the Kranvar, you've got the 2 Super Conks, you even got the VZ55. It's pretty interesting because I think the VZ55, building on the point that Ben was talking about earlier, the reason why we're seeing it a lot more is that it's structurally very similar to a 277, right? You've got the almost a similar armor layout where, yeah, it's pretty good in terms of the turret. Obviously, Copola's a little bit bigger. The cheeks are weak for the VZ. Slightly worse power to weight ratio, but the burst damage is fantastic.
And it's going to be put to potentially good use again here by Archers. They picked up a couple on the attack where there's only the single VZ55 on the defense this time for the Conquerors. I mean, double Super Conqueror. I think that's fair enough, especially given their namesake. And it's definitely a good tank to have on a map like this. Now, obviously, full control of the western side of the map has gone to Conquerors on the defense. The eastern side given over to the Archers. This is a setup that we are relatively used to seeing in ANZPL, where you'll just see the attackers get one side of the map and they'll try to force the defenders back over with a little bit of cap pressure. So far, some exchanges of damage, slightly favoring the Archers, but not by a huge margin, and definitely nothing to say that this round is over and done with just yet. It's obviously up to the Conquerors now to start to think about what they want to do come the point in time where they are actually going to have to dump over. And already, again, a little bit more bleed. This is not what you want to be seeing if you are the Conquerors right now.
Yeah, and looks like they're actually just dumping straight onto critical. Celestia barely gets punished for that. And this is the difference. The intro clip that you have with the VZ55, the 2-second intro clip, versus I think the 2.7 second that Kronwagen does actually mean you come out on top of the VZ most of the time, which is interesting. You have to consider. It's like, hang on a second, Kronwagen's got better gun depression and whatnot, but you have better HP on the VZ55. You got the better burst potential. You get back over the rails, and all of a sudden, because you're a one-shot in the Kronwagen, you're going, hang on, this is actually a very awkward scenario. My tanks that are close and able to contest the cap are bled out so much. Tuck as well as critical are not in the position really to go over and force the reset. And that is going to allow Archers a lot of position to maneuver. They started so much HP down, but they're ahead by 1,000, which doesn't seem like a lot. But you got to once again look at the tanks that have been brought in.
Yeah, I think the main problem is that critical now down to 455 is essentially a one-shot for a few of the tanks, at least on the Archer side of things, the two VZ55s. At the very least, the Super Conqueror is probably not quite going to hit that mark just yet, but maybe with a nice roll. Still, it's good to see Archers getting that cap pressure on now as well. That's kind of what they need to be doing at this point in time. They've forced that bleed out from the Conquerors. They've forced that damage across. They've asked a few questions, and now they really throw the big one down. They throw that gauntlet down and say, all right, Conquerors, now you actually have to come to us. 4 minutes still on the clock. So if this doesn't work out perfectly for Archers, still plenty of time to go back to plan B, plan C, see what they have to end up doing. But I'm liking the way that Archers is playing out this attacking side so far.
Slow and steady. Obviously, Royal Kiwi is eventually going to make that rotation move, but this is the difference between having two Bat Chats and maybe a T100 LT. Safi's actually just anchoring the top of the hill right now. He's going to spot the Bat Chat coming back around. So a minute left on the cap for now. I mean, Slayer can't really push across either because the VZ's just kept him suppressed on the side of Celestia. And as I was saying earlier, you can't really do anything over here as critical because you can't try to create, like, I guess, crest over that ridge to try to get the resets. Now 2 actually on the cap here, Jordan. 15 seconds. Someone's going to have to make a move. Stubby's going to suppress Tuck. Tuck needs to go in for the reset. You can't allow Critical to go in here. Well, Critical's just dead.
Yeah, and talking about the Bat Chats as well on that rotate, Royal Kiwi, he's going to be way too far away to do anything about it. I don't think anyone can get this reset. Tuck is not in position to fire a shot across. Even if he was, Stewie was blocking, and so the cap is secured for Archers, and a 2-0 is now theirs as well. Things are starting to look a little bit grim for the Conquerors.
Look, they come through, they get the 2-0, they capture the 2 cap, and they don't lose tank in the process. I'm not even sure that the Archers lost a full tank full of HP in that battle. So a pretty good result from them. Obviously, it was their map choice, but nevertheless going through 2-0 at the start of the season and looking really strong there. Kev, what are your thoughts?
No complaints from me, just the way that they took it. Very, very low risk. And this is, I mean, this is the case of sometimes the luxury you have when you have a light tank versus no light tank. You can see that they can just take control. You can take a few more risks with a T100 LT versus a Bat Chat because of obviously the low profile, the camouflage rating, and just even the way that the Super Conk played things. I'm been really impressed by Stewie so far. I mean, I'm probably the person that gives him the most flack most of the time, considering he used to be my caller. But just the little things he's done so far on these games of Prokhorovka, he's shielding, he's blocking, he's like utilizing the tank he's playing really well to make sure his teammates are able to get the victory condition. It's the little things over here. I'm impressed by how the Archers are playing it.
Yeah, it looked pretty good to me. I guess, I don't know, Jordan, tell me if I'm wrong, but it is a little bit of disappointment to see the Conquerors lose the game to a cap when they've still got 4 tanks up. Like, is it the fact that the Kranvarken goes down and they're that's their get out of jail card in this scenario because it doesn't work? They've got nothing to do with it. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I suppose it sort of felt like their options were quite severely limited regardless of whether the Kranvarken was up or not, just purely because of the fact that they had bled so much HP out. So, yeah, maybe they can get a reset there, Ben. Like, if they send that Conqueror over or if they send the Bat Chat through mid instead of all the way around on that flank, yes, one of those tanks can probably hit a shot that's a reset.
And maybe not a winning situation anyway, even if you achieve that, right?
Yeah. It's not quite going to be what they need regardless. Like, the issues were earlier on in the game, not later on in the game. Yes, they lost because they didn't get a reset, but really what the actual problem was the bleed early on in the piece. They bled way too much HP out on that entry. They allowed Auckland Archers into a position which, they didn't really punish them for. And in the end, once you've got that HP deficit, it becomes very, very difficult once that cap pressure is applied. Also bearing in mind there's an extra minute on the clock now to play with as well for the attackers, so they have even more leeway. So you have to be a little bit more solid on your defense. And Christchurch Conquerors, I mean, down 0-2, they're looking like they were a little bit uncomfortable on that map, to be expected, obviously, with a few changes coming through for this roster. I'm prepared to give them more time this season. But, at the moment, as we said, Auckland Archers looking like they're coming in as maybe a playoffs contender if they are able to get their stuff together. And so far, it seems like that's the case. So a good start for them. And a little unfortunate for the Conquerors, but still two games left in this series to play and maybe a chance to push this one through to a tiebreaker at worst case scenario.
Yeah, that's what they're going to be looking for. But even if they get there, they're going to need a decent attacking side win if they're going to have choice of side for that tiebreaker. But we're getting quite a long way ahead of ourselves. So we go from Proc across to Cliff. Cliff going to be the map of choice for the Christchurch Conquerors. Our hope, of course, is that we'll see something a little bit better from them this time around. But it wasn't a great showing on map number 1. So a bit of an opportunity here for them to redeem themselves. But 2 very quick battles so far. Let's head on in to Cliff. Can the Conquerors bring this one back. I love this map. We saw there were so many iconic games in Season 2 on Cliff, and so many battles were decided here. I kind of feel so many, top 4 results came down to this scenario. So let's see what will going to happen. It's the Conquerors versus the Archers. Archers looking very good, boys.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that Cliff is also a really nice map in that it is not super heavily defense-sided or super heavily attacking-sided. I feel like you can get a bit of work done on both sides of this map. That's what I like the most about this kind of a map, Kev. And obviously for Conquerors, they're going to be hoping that's going to work out in their favor because they need the 2-0.
It's going to be a mid-brawl. Hang on over here. The CS over in the low ground is going to, I think, get the better of Returned in that TVP, obviously. But the VZs, this is going to be a big problem for the 277 on Critical. Oh my goodness, his entire HP could be deleted if he's not careful. Oh my goodness, this is why it hurts so much when you're versing 2 VZ55s. The clip potential means that your tank is pretty much dead over here. And Trax has got control over the top as well. This has gone from bad to worse already for the Conquerors. This might just be a 3-0 for the Archers.
Certainly looking like we are departing the ANZPL Let's 2-2 meta of Season 2. And we move into the ANZPL Season 3 Let's 3-0 meta, at least from the first game that we've been able to watch. Archers are utterly demolishing Conquerors at this point in time. A far superior setup here at the start of Cliff, and Conquerors kind of just walked into the trap, didn't they? They walked into that crossfire, they walked into the BZ55s, and once again, you're going to see Archers come away with what is looking like a very, very confident round victory. Conquerors just not standing up to the strength that we've been seeing from Archers so far today, and on one hand, it is very exciting to me to be seeing Archers get off to this good start because I was very disappointed in what they had for us last season. But it's also a little bit difficult for the Conquerors, right? They're going to have to. I mean, this is done, right? This game's done. It's 3-0. They're going to have to start their season off with a loss, and it might well, based on the way that things are playing out so far, be a 4-0 loss. And so that I think is going to be difficult to come back from. A lot of work needs to be done by the Conquerors to get themselves up to scratch because the season, I mean, it feels like it's going to be a long one, but, by 2 or 3 weeks, you go, oh, we're already kind of halfway through the season, and all of a sudden things are starting to get a bit more difficult, a little bit more important. So, yeah, a bit of work to be done for the Conquerors. Great start, though, for Archers as they do win the series. Still one more game to play, but 3-0. You won't complain about that.
Yeah, you certainly won't. 3 points on the board for the season there for the Auckland Archers. What a great start from them. Each of these victories so far tonight have been convincing. At no point did it really look like they were not in control, and it's been a great start for them. Bad start for me on the Sandman v Jordan and Kev, Pick'ems. But look, we'll rebuild. We'll come back. I have faith. Hopefully, that's not too much of a blow here for the Conquerors, though, because that's been a pretty rough start to the season. I'd love to see them maybe find themselves a battle win in our fourth battle of the night. But we take a look, and again, so many points on the board here. Everyone on this team doing pretty well. Look at Safi, top 3. You guys love it. And the VZs are up there as well. So, maybe I've got no idea what I'm talking about when I say I don't want to see that much of it.
VZs are pretty good. Just like I said, just the burst potential. You can see why probably some of these teams do favor it. I think it's also the case of a lot of people having discussions. Some players say that the VZ55 isn't going to be that great. Some people, I think, will use it a lot more, and we're seeing some success with it. I mean, I just want to quickly shout out my boy Stewie. Thanks for giving me those fantasy points. Obviously, you can play as well at fantasytanks.com. I picked Stewie up because he was a 2-star pickup. I think he's better than a 2-star pickup, and he's shown in Cliff.
Yeah, well, certainly shown it today. And I was of the opinion that maybe we'd see these VZ55s in certain strats, but we're just seeing them time and time again. Certainly working out for the Archers this time around. Are there any real takeaways here, Jordan? Or is it just a matter of the fact that the Archers seem to be clearly a better team than the Conquerors at the moment?
Well, I mean, to me, it just seems like Archers are a little bit more practiced than Conquerors are. I think what we're getting at the moment is Archers have a clear understanding of what they want to be doing from the outset, whereas Conquerors, maybe they need a little bit more scrim time. Maybe they need to get a better understanding of, how the angles shape up really, really early on in the rounds. Because, I mean, a lot of these rounds have been over in, 2 minutes. Do you know what I mean? The ones where Conquerors are on the attack, they have just sent it in, and they've walked into a crossfire, they've walked into a setup, and they've just got utterly demolished. So to me, what that says is that they're maybe not super comfortable with how the initial setups are they need to work on that a little bit more. They need to sort of figure out their scouting a bit as well, get that information as opposed to, really committing to something before they have that information, because essentially they could be walking into a trap, and that's kind of what's happened to them a couple of times. So I feel like it's kind of hard to, in a way, get a bit of a read here on the Conquerors in terms of their strength, just because they've been blasted on a couple of their attacking sides. So I'll give them a couple more weeks here and wait until they've had a little bit more time in the scrims to figure out, their map pool, figure out what they want to be doing on their attacking sides. After all, it is only week 1, so it's quite difficult to be too harsh. But it's obvious that Archers have been practicing, and it's working out for them, obviously.
Yeah, they're certainly looking pretty good at the moment. But teams don't have as much leeway this season. In the past, we've seen, hey, give them a few weeks, they'll get into it. You just need to make top 4. It will be fine. But if you are giving up 3-0 wins, that is going to make it more and more difficult to catch up. Then if the wins you get are going to be 2-1s and you're giving away 3-0s in the points, on the scoreboard when we come to that at the end of the day, certainly puts you in a tough spot. Conquerors now going to be looking to find themselves a victory here today, come out here with a consolation prize. But the Archers' potential 4-0 would be a fantastic start to Season 3.
Yeah, it certainly seems they're headed in that direction. Kev, you're going to be a bit disappointed with the news I'm about to give you.
I know.
Stewie is out of the picture for this game. Toasted has come in for Archers. So despite a very good performance from Stewie, I think what they're probably going to try and do here, Archers, is just get a little bit of extra game time out here for Toasted, get him comfortable into Season 3 as well. On the surface, it doesn't seem like a bad decision to me. The series is already wrapped up. You may as well, give someone else a bit of a crack here. But as far as your fantasy points are concerned, maybe that's an unfortunate turn of events.
It is what it is. I mean, I think you're correct over there. You've got to be looking at the long run. Archers have earned the victory already. If they close it off at a 4-0, they're going to be very, very happy with this. Obviously, it is going to be this mid-brawl that's going to happen. TVP versus CS fight down low once again, but this time the TVP does get better of the CS for Bluey. Bluey can't really re-peek into the angle. The VZs have copped a lot of damage now. Tuck's going to come in and try to do some cleanup duties on that bat chat. They can't get rid of Royal Kiwi at the moment. He's doing quite a bit of work over there on top.
Yeah, well, Safi and Toasted are starting to get a little bit clapped in this 2-on-3. They needed Trax and Celestia to help them out, but Celestia is a bit too busy focusing on the SDBs. And while Trax is there, he's not really outputting quite enough damage. Safi, he's going to have a look, see if he can get those shots in onto Slayer, which he'll be able to do so, but a very nice block so far from Trax, or rather from Royal Kiwi onto Trax, is going to stop that kill from coming through. Still, in the end, 3-on-3. But remember, Saf on the reload, not really going to be able to get too much done. Celestia now has clipped out as well. So it is a 2-on-3. HP advantage slightly favoring the Archers, but that could very quickly change while these reloads are occurring and Conquerors are going to start to run amok.
Yeah, Return should win this fight. A couple of seconds left in the reload. I think Return will take one more shot in, but he should be able to get the kill. Now they're going to try and collapse on Celestia.
Well, he needs to wait. Yeah. He needs to wait and see if Return can win this fight. I think that's really the takeaway. It's actually quite a greedy reload here as well from Celestia. He's trying to gamble.
He needs to do it.
He's trying to gamble, exactly. That Critical and Royal Kiwi are going to expect that he's not going to reload. And obviously, that has been the case. Royal Kiwi's not too keen on taking the peak. But in the meanwhile, Critical has actually started to push down onto Return, which is going to mean he is donezo. Celestia now has to win the 1-on-3. And unfortunately, I think that's probably going to be a little bit too much for him, despite the fact that he should actually get the better of Royal Kiwi here. Though, Royal Kiwi can kind of just play ring around the rosy and be that spotter.
Yeah, he'll just kite around, and obviously Archer's on the attack means that Celestia needs to make a bit of a move. Ooh, going straight over. He doesn't take any damage for that. Uh-oh, hang on a second. But Celestia does manage to just go over a little bit. And he actually cops 2 shots to put him in a 1-shot range. Obviously, Critical now going to be on the clip. But Kronwagen's not fast enough to chase up, obviously, to CS63 or a BZ, who are just happy to sit over there. They don't need to do anything. They just have to wait for Celeste to make a move and make the misplay. They just need to make sure they don't commit any crimes, such as going in individually or allowing a silly peek to come out.
Well, 440 damage per shot. He should, in theory, have enough damage if he actually pens all of his shots here, Celestia. So it's actually not out of the realms of possibility. It's not impossible. Conquerors, of course, on the defense, though. So it is going to have to be on Celestia to sort of push the issue a little bit here. He's going to have to be the one to make those moves. And I think in a Kronwagen, you don't really have too many opportunities, right? You're just going to get outspotted by the CS63 in particular. It's not the fastest of tanks. It's not really the trolliest of tanks either, right? You're going to bounce off the turret, but that's about it. So it's not a particularly threatening tank in a 1-on-2, and I'm sure Celestia would much prefer to be in something else. That said, you know, if he can somehow manage to get the better of Critical here, find himself another 1-on-1 against Bluey, then the chances start to get a little bit more interesting, and that is a very nice shot from Celestia.
Why did the Conquerors split?
That was the question I was about to ask. I'm not sure.
I mean, yeah, they're on defense, but I thought their advantage would have been you stick together. Yes, the Kranvagen has the clip potential to kill both of you, but what you can do is you can kind of just chill out.
This could be really dangerous, by the way. It sort of depends on which way Bluey plays this. But if Celestia actually can play from the defilade and get a shot into Bluey before he actually crosses, then that'll be pretty bad. Unfortunate reality, though, for Celestia is that he is actually watching the incorrect angle at this point in time. Needs to turn around and have a look behind him. Hasn't really cleared it out. But as far as the timing push is concerned, it could be worse. Bluey's on the other side of the mound.
Oh, ring around the rosy at the moment. But I think Bluey should be able to get the better of him. Hang on a second, Celeste might be able to get into the hold down just in time. Bluey's going to come around the corner. Bluey should be able to get the spot. There it is. And he lands the kill. So the Conquerors, at the very least, won't go down 4-0. They'll get the consolidation round victory, but they still do lose the series, unfortunately.
Yeah, congratulations to the Archers. What a great start to the season for them. 3-1 victory. Gets them 3 points on the season scoreboard, and it doesn't get much better than that. A consolation prize for sure there for the Conks. Kev, I was watching that, and it felt like a horror movie where everyone splits up, and you're like, no, guys, just stay together. Otherwise, you're all dead. But they just managed to come through in the nick of time. Bluey coming through with the goods. But not many major takeaways from that one for me, gents. And any particular thoughts there, Elfish Guy?
Well, Celestia, I mean, if he won that game, would have actually gotten all 5 kills and a buttload of damage as well to put behind it. So, yeah, I mean, like, he did his job, I suppose, but obviously not quite enough in the end for the Archers. Still, you know, I mean, it really doesn't matter, right? They get the 3-1. You still get the maximum points out of it. You don't lose any points. Maybe round differential could be a factor later on in the season, but, you know, I think it's a bit too early to really be talking about that at this point in time. And so, yeah, it's nice to, at least as Conquerors, not go down without at least getting something on the board today. Overall, though, a lot that they're going to have to go back and take a look at. And I think that's fair enough out of week 1. Again, like I said, it's not really something that we can get too concerned about just yet. Archers, you know, the expectation was, at least based on the individuals that they have on this roster, were going to be a pretty solid team. And for Conquerors, you know, they've been very much sort of middle of the pack roster since the inception of ANZPL. And I'd say probably with the amount of roster changes that they've had through, it is going to take them, you know, half a season to really kick themselves into gear. So you'd probably be looking towards a middle of the pack finish again for the Conquerors. So to me, this isn't a hugely unexpected result. It's not out of, you know, what I thought was going to happen, but I think for both teams, you know, still a little bit to work on. Archers looking a bit better today, but, you know, I'm sure they would have liked the 4-0 if they could have gotten it. And so that's something that they should be going for in the next few weeks.
Ev, any final thoughts from you on the Battle of New Zealand, now won by Auckland? North Island better than South Island?
Yeah, I mean, that was just Archers, I think, just not really taking that role really well over at mid. And I think for Conquerors, that's going to be a bit of a confidence boost, at least letting them know, look, we're not completely out of the leagues of the big boys. We can definitely take the victory if we take our engagements a bit smarter. I was really scared for a moment, obviously, towards the end, where Celeste could have almost clutched it out. But luckily, Bluey able to play that one-on-one towards, again, much, much better. So I think just a couple of things the Conquerors need to tighten up, and I'll agree with Jordan. Just give them a couple of weeks, and then we'll probably make a better consensus on where they truly sit. Looks like week 1, Archers very dominant with their A team in terms of with Stewie in, and I'd say that with Stewie in, that would be their A team. Not much else to add beyond that.
No, that's it. Good little summary there, Kev. And yeah, well, the Conquerors came 6th in season 1. And they came 6th in season 2. Maybe they'll come 6th in season 3. That's the start that gets you 6th. But there's a lot of weeks. There's a lot of weeks to go. So, you know, and some changes there to work with. So I'm keen to see how the Conquerors go for the rest of the season. But I think the takeaways that the Archers, great start from them. Points on the board, exactly how you want it to play out. And potential for them, to really be a team to watch this season. So we'll have to see how that progresses across the next few weeks. I hope everyone's enjoying ANZPL Season 3. It's our first broadcast of Season 3. We made a ton of changes, and some things that haven't changed, though, is HyperX. HyperX is still here, still sponsoring ANZPL, loving the tank community. I love HyperX, and you can see me and the boys wearing the beautiful HyperX headsets tonight as well. And we're giving away a HyperX keyboard every night, a custom keyboard, alloy 60%, ! HyperX in chat if you want to find out more, or just spam HyperX, I believe, if you want to enter. That's pretty much what you want to be doing, right? I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I could actually go for a new keyboard, by the way. If anyone who's able to make a difference there is listening, that would be fantastic. I would love an upgrade as well. I know it feels a bit greedy, right? I've already got the headset, I've got the chair, I've got the backdrop, but hey, I mean, there's a keyboard on offer. I'll take that too.
Yeah, well, spam HyperX in chat, Elvish Guy, and see if you are one of the lucky ones. We've got drops as well all season long, I believe. So a great reason to be watching if you weren't just here to hear our beautiful voices and see some pretty epic 5v5 tanks action. Nevertheless, we are going to take a very quick break. When we come back, it's going to be match number 2. We'll see you soon.
Hi, Tanker. The World of Tanks referral program has been updated. It gives an opportunity to teach a new player the game's basics, and also earned bonds, medals, inscriptions, a unique style, and much more. And the main reward is one of the premium vehicles from the updated list. It's easy to obtain all this. To become a commander, you have to have played at least 600 battles. If you have this amount or more, then go ahead and get your referral link via the game's portal. Log into your profile on the website, select Community, then click Refer a Friend. Or you can go to the referral program window right in the garage, become a commander, and invite recruits. You have 2 slots for them. To invite a friend, share the link to the referral program via social networks, or copy it and send it to your fellow tanker, whichever way is convenient. You can recruit either a new player or an old player with 200 battles or fewer, or if they haven't played any battles over the last 60 days. It's also important for the player to not have been a recruit or commander. To join the program, the recruit needs to follow the link the commander sent them. The recruit card will appear in the commander's RP window. That means you entered into a contract. The contract consists of 6 successive stages. To complete each one, the commander and the recruit must earn 250 referral points. The total is 1,500 points for all stages. To earn points, play random battles and complete special missions. There are 2 types of missions, individual ones for the recruit, and platoon ones for the recruit and commander. Missions of different types are completed simultaneously. If the recruit plays in a platoon with the commander, they complete both individual and platoon missions. The commander doesn't have individual missions. They only need to play with the recruit. If there's no such opportunity, it's all right. Recruits can still finish the contract by completing their missions. The mission conditions are simple. While playing alone, the recruit has to cause damage higher than the durability of their own vehicle, win a battle, receive at least 1 medal from the list. The more medals for the battle, the more points they will receive. The platoon missions are quite similar. Cause at least 3,000 damage in a platoon. Play at least 5 battles together in vehicles of any tier. Earn the Crucial Contribution or Brothers in Arms achievement. Also, be among the top 12 players on your team by experience earned. To complete individual missions, only the recruit has to be among the top players, and both players have to be in the top for platoon missions. You can earn no more than 100 points per day. During the referral program, the recruit receives a bonus to experience and credits earned in battle. The commander receives these rewards for playing battles in a platoon with the recruit. Also, when playing together, you will receive twice as many points for completing individual missions. You'll receive bonds, medals, emblems, a unique style, and a premium vehicle of choice for completing all stages. The commander will also receive a badge. The recruit can choose among Tier 6 to 7 vehicles or receive a fixed credit compensation. The commander can choose from one of the Tier 8 premium vehicles or receive credits. A new period in the referral program starts every 120 days. For the new period, the commander can invite 2 new recruits. At the beginning of a new season, the progress of the current contracts is saved and reworked to satisfy the new rules if they have been changed, and the list of reward vehicles is updated with new vehicles for both recruits and commanders. Sometimes you might need to break your referral contract. Both the commander and recruit can do this at any time. Right-click the recruit card and select Terminate the Contract. If there was no progress for the contract, the commander will receive one vacant slot. But if at least one stage was completed, this slot disappears. As a result, all contract progress is lost and can't be restored. The contract not only brings opportunity, but also responsibility. Take part in the new referral program. Invite friends, receive bonuses, grab valuable rewards, and try out your new vehicles. To battle, Commander.
Oh,
Man,
sorry, guys. We're back. ANZ PL Season 3. Sorry about that. Just sitting here in my new Noble chair, and I must have fallen asleep. Oh my goodness, this is so comfy. It's great. How you enjoying your Noble chair, Elfish Guy? Did you fall asleep in that little break? That was
No, I didn't. I actually got up and had a bit of a walk around. Otherwise, I probably would have succumbed to the same problem that you did. But yeah, I was prepared. I was ready. I sorted myself out. It's all good.
Yep.
Luckily, someone is able to keep themselves awake on this broadcast.
Look, the games are exciting, but the chair's just too comfortable. So thankfully, Noble Chairs are a sponsor of Season 3, Elfish Guy and Kev. I don't know if you guys knew that. So they're sponsoring, if the team becomes first, pick up a Noble Chair. It's a Noble Chair Hero PU. We're sitting in epic PU Noble Chairs, thanks to PCK Skiff for sending those ones out. And I think if you do pretty well in Fantasy League, you might win one too. So you want to find out more about Noble Chairs, ! Noble Chairs. You want to find out about Fantasy League, ! Fantasy. Fantasy League is going to be hot this season. I'm going to be at the top of the ladder. Don't you worry about that. So, look, talking about predictions. Okay, guys. There is 1 cross and 2 ticks on this so far, but I just want to say that I'm actually trying to color code the ticks and the crosses with the colors from the teams. So as you can see, I went for red.
How does that work when we get to blue teams, Ben?
I'm colorblind, so we'll find out. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Look, anyway, the Matildas up against the Sentinels. Let's bring this back seriously. That's the next game. I took a look at the channel points. The Sentinels obviously being the back-to-back champions, looking to make it to back again. But the Matildas, Elfish Guy, they had a pretty good season last season, I thought, and they could have done a little bit better in the end than they did. So I'm really looking out for these guys this season. I'm keen to see what they can do.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Matildas in particular, given the fact that they performed so poorly in Season 1 to then come through and, make a top 3 placing in Season 2. I think is really good.
The only team who will ever come ninth in ANZPL. No one else can do it. It is an unbeatable feat.
I think that might be a bit of an achievement. Maybe not the one you'd want, but hey, there it is. The only change for these guys is Bolognese coming into the roster. Now, I think on paper, he's definitely a good addition. He's a very experienced player, has played in Team Efficiency back in the day. He had a little bit of time in Season 1 here as well in 5v5, but really didn't stick around for too long. You've got Bales. He's probably the number 1 Batchat player in the league, at least based on last season's results as an individual. Whippet was really, really up there as well in terms of the fantasy league. So I think it's a really good, solid roster. I was a little bit unsure about the prediction for this one, though. This was the one that I sort of gambled with the most. It's hard to go past the North Sydney Sentinels, to be honest, but I think obviously Melbourne Matildas has had a pretty good matchup against them in the past, so that's kind of why I've given my tip to the Melbourne Matildas, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised with this one in particular going either way.
It could definitely go either way. The North Sydney Sentinels, Kev, as we said, they came first in Season 1. They came first in Season 2. They're missing the Doodle Tank, but they've got the hat. What are your thoughts about their Season 3 lineup?
I think realistically, everyone knows that Doodle is a pretty fantastic player, but the upgrades that they've had in this season it's just too hard to pass up, right? You get speed. I think one thing that we got to talk about is obviously speed. One of the players have jumped across 3 different teams. So I believe was part of the Khan Comets from Season 1. That's a name that we haven't said in quite a while. But he's a very capable secondary caller that can back up Rainbow in scenarios where he's needed. And then obviously Soy Milk coming into the equation. They've been talking about Monkey, who probably comes into this with probably the least amount of knowledge about him, obviously, into that AU region. I mean, for Soy Milk, he's a very, very strong individual player. That's just a straight upgrade across the board for the Sentinels. Considering it's like, all right, maybe you lose Roendi, who is a fantastic player. We trade him out for speed. You lose Doodle Tank, great meme factor, but you get a better player in Soy Milk. I don't know. Sentinels looking pretty good for a 3-time.
Are you saying that this is potentially the best North Sydney Sentinels lineup that we've had so far? Is that what you're saying?
I'd make a pretty hard argument for it, to be honest, Sandman, because, individuals are just there. I think they've proven themselves not only online, which is one thing, but on a LAN factor as well. Like, look, they have lost Randy. I think that's a huge thing. He had a lot of experience, a lot of that composure amongst him. Obviously, he's had to step back for this season, and hopefully we'll see him back soon. Who knows? But I'd still say this is an upgrade.
Okay, that's a pretty big call. That's a pretty big call because they've been pretty darn good in the past. We'll take a look at Rainbow. He's got the beautiful hat on. Elfish guy, obviously a key player here for the Sentinels. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, there's no going past it, really, is there? He's the caller for the team, and he's been sort of the backbone of the roster alongside a couple of those other members since season 1. And I think most people would agree that he's a big reason why they have performed so well. The building blocks, the foundations of any good team is going to be their caller, their in-game leader, and the person that's sort of calling the shots and telling the troops what to do. So you start there, and then you sort of start to build a team around that. And I think obviously Rainbow is one of the most prolific in-game leaders when it comes to World of Tanks in our region. So it's no surprise to see one of his teams doing really, really well. Individually as well, he's able to play some of these sort of flex tanks. He plays the light tanks. He plays the bat chats. We see him in the likes of 50Bs every now and then. He seems to sort of be able to do it all and sort of be able to plug the holes where necessary. And I think he, as a general rule, has a lot of impact in most of the games that he does play. We did see, I think, a bit of a dip in form individually for him during the middle stages of last season, where things went a little bit awry for, I'd say, maybe 2, maybe 3 weeks for the North Sydney Sentinels, but they got right back up on that horse, right in towards the playoffs and right in towards the matches that really ended up mattering. And obviously they come away with the back-to-back victory in ANZPL. So it's kind of hard to go past that, to be honest, Ben. And I think obviously, Rainbow, a phenomenal player, and he's one of the top in the region.
Certainly is, and on the top team as well. So no better place you would rather be. Cliff, Himmelsdorf, and then, of course, Mines, should we need it as our tiebreaker. I've already said what I think about Cliff. Himmelsdorf in there as well. Kev, any thoughts on why Sentinels took Cliff and Matildas took Himmelsdorf, or you feeling par for the course? What are your thoughts, mate?
Sentinels look at Cliff as their bastion, in all honesty. I go back and I think about the games that they played in the previous season where they took on the Skorpions down 0-3. I mean, it's going to be that moment that haunts a couple of people forever, right? You see Cliff between the Sentinels and the Skorpions, the JT versus Cindy. You look at the finals as well. I don't know. Cliff is just a quintessential Sentinels map, right? And then Himmelsdorf, I think Matildas had a lot of success in that last season. They were definitely rolling around as 5 and actually winning all of the brawls. So maybe going to something that's a bit tried and tested. The core of the team is still there for the Matildas. So going to one of their stronger maps, which I do believe they had some solid success on as well in the previous season, I don't mind this. Both teams going to their strength.
Well, that's what you like to see. I like to see teams sort of play their best game on their best map. Like, that to me is enjoyable to watch. No outliers, no weird bits and pieces. It really just comes down to them playing as well as they possibly can. Now, obviously, this is week 1, Elfish Guy, and these two teams are honestly two of the big contenders for me this season. So there's something to be said for the fact that we are seeing this in week number 1. You know what I mean? They're going to play, they're going to get head-to-head. We're going to have a result in less than an hour, and then we're not going to see them again until top 4 potentially. So a lot on the line here if someone can come up with 3 points tonight. But for me, I just want to get a feel, what do these two top teams look like in season number 3? Let's roll out. We're on Cliff. The Sentinels going to be on defense as the home team tonight.
Yeah, I think it's even more important match when you consider how closely matched these two teams should, in theory, on paper be. It's always good to beat one of your closest contenders, and obviously that's a net positive for you, a net negative for them, and overall that can really jump you up the standings quite significantly if you're able to win these kinds of important battles. So for me, that's another big talking point out of this one, Kev. Sentinels will start off on the defense, Matildas off on the attack, and it's quite the passive start on the attack here for the Matildas, though. A nice little climb coming out from Bales as he tries to get his way edged up onto that lighthouse with relative safety. It looks like he's going to be able to do that pretty comfortably, so well done from Bales. Speed has beaten him up, though.
He's taken a lighthouse. He hasn't been spotted though. So wanted to quickly say was before the game, I did think that potentially Wymo wasn't going to be playing, but he actually is here. So I'm wrong. I thought that maybe it was going to be a bit of a flexes on the other side as well. We're seeing that we got the picture over here, Jordan. We can see that Cindy down there just bleeding out a bit of HP as Matildas do manage to take donut control. They don't take too much damage. And this CS versus CS deal was a bit of an awkward one. I had one earlier today. It was very exciting. It was just both of us shooting each other and hoping one of us could roll a little bit better than the other one.
I want to stop you there for a second, Kev, because it's not just going to be a CS versus CS battle anymore. Kranwagen starting to make its way up the hill. That is actually unspotted by Matildas as well. Soy Milk, he's, absolutely swindled them. They're all stuck around the donut. You have that WZ1115A, which is bold, but he's not able to actually spot that far. And so the Kranwagen is now up on the top of the hill. That's going to give Speed the confidence to push forward here to get a little bit of an extra shot in onto Bales, who has to dip off. And he's going to be in a real spot of bother now because he's got two players sort of bearing down upon him. And Bolognese as well, starting to exchange some damage. It just looks like Sentinels are a little bit more comfortable at the moment, though some shots starting to come back through from the Matildas onto the Sentinels. At the very least, they're not letting this one slip by the wayside too early on in the piece.
Sentinels, though, have a fantastic position over here. They've got the control of the cliff with the Kranwagen, which is very hard to dig out. All Soy Milk needs to do is just make sure he doesn't bleed out. And you've got so much cover that you can use. Doesn't really matter if the gun accuracy doesn't work. They're going to have to dive into somewhere, and the Matildas eventually do decide to come back into mid, but Whippet doesn't really have that threat potential anymore considering he's a single shot. Now, Rainbow's taken a lot of damage in the meantime.
Well, you say a lot, but...
A lot, but I mean, for a batch at a single shot is a lot, I feel like, because just every single time that you take some damage, it just hurts a little bit more. Cindy's in a great position to bleed out Bolognese as well. He can't really go any further. This is so hard for Matilda to dig out. They're bleeding further and further away from victory here.
Yeah, I mean, in the context of the trades, the damage that's going across the Sentinels is negligible at best. Whip it down to a one-shot. Matildas are going to have to pull a rabbit out the hat to win this round, and they might just have done that with this push from 2+2 and Merry Turnip. Wymo is in a bit of a spot of bother. He's kind of isolated. The VZ now having clipped out. It's down to 2+2. I think a shot just bouncing off Wymo there, and all of a sudden, you start to think, well, there was an opportunity there for the Matildas, but it's taken perhaps a little bit too long to get rid of Wymo. We'll see how this one does pan out. Matildas are doing a good job of juggling the aggro, as it is now a 5-on-4, Speed down to a one-shot as well, and maybe, just maybe, Matildas can clinch a victory from the jaws of defeat.
I mean, they need to send a third tank up there to take down Soy Milk, because the problem is Soy Milk is going to have the advantage any day of the week against a 5A and a CS63. So all Speed needs to do is make sure he's watching the flank. Soy Milk just tries to stay alive. Oh, what a shot coming out from the 5A. But unfortunately, it does mean that Soy Milk just goes, you know what? I can trade out HP very effectively. Bales, he's going to get one more in, but Soy Milk can trade that out.
It's cheeky.
That's what I mean. It's cheeky, yes, but the eventual scenario is that you actually still lose the two tanks. They have to make that play. Maybe a little bit better off to wait for Whippet, but you can't wait there forever. Yeah, unfortunately for Matildas, because you're losing your other tanks in the meantime. So I understand why they had to go.
Yeah, I think so. And Whippet, obviously he's going to get up here. He's potentially still going to drop to that first shot coming through from Soy Milk, or maybe not even going to get the opportunity as we do start to see Rainbow wrapping around the back as well. Merry Turnip doesn't really have many more options here, unfortunately. And look, I mean, you see this on paper. You see 4 tanks alive for the Sentinels, and Matildas, dropping pretty comfortably in the end there. But I almost want to say that felt a little bit closer than it perhaps could have been. I think Sentinels were off to such a great start that even for half a second to think that Matildas might be able to come back into that is perhaps an overstretch, to be honest. So it's a good win for Sentinels, but I have faith, or at least I have hope maybe, that this series is actually still going to be a close one based on that game.
Yeah, it did at points look like maybe the Matildas were going to find something there, but the Sentinels on defense with perhaps a little bit too much for them this time around. Kev, you said, don't pick that Wee-Moo guy for your fantasy league. He's not even going to play. Well, he played, but I'm not so sure that I should have picked him by the looks of things. But time to make it up, nevertheless, the only guy on the team to die. But for the rest of the team, looking pretty good. Rainbow, he was our player highlight, and there he is at the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, he is, obviously, we highlight him the entire time, IGL extraordinaire and everything in between, but It was just, how do I say it? It was just good bleed at the beginning, just good dancing around the positions that you needed to play from the Sentinels. And I did like how the Matildas had to correspond on the attack. They were in a poor position. They needed to get underneath the autoloaders. They needed to try to make sure that they get into these strong positions, try to nullify some of these stronger tanks and try to take some good fights. But unfortunately, just a bit more composure and experience on the side of Sentinels in the fight back to make sure that that doesn't happen. Like I said, this was a very important part where I'm looking at the numbers. I'm going, or you might not be able to challenge those two tanks with just two over there on the side of Matildas. But if you take the time to rotate that third tank over, it may just be a little bit too late because it allows Rainbow to rotate. 2+2 and Mary Turnup are kind of stuck there because Cindy's going to keep an eye on them. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment in my mind.
Nevertheless, there are moments in this that I think do look good for the Matildas, but the Sentinel's going to be happy to get one on the board. We'll see how things change up as we do swap side. Selfish Guy, anything, and too early to tell from this. We've only one game in, but I do have hope that this is going to be a potentially something that goes down to the tiebreaker tonight. It's going to be good no matter what.
I mean, I do agree. I think it's a little bit too early to tell. Obviously, the early signs are pointing towards Sentinels being a very, very strong team again this season. The initial setup worked out really, really nicely, and I feel like a lot of the value that you get in a 5v5 does come from that initial setup. If you're the team that's able to get those first 2, 3, 4 shots in, then the game gets just so much easier for you, particularly when you're sitting on that defensive side and your opponent is essentially forced to come to you. So if Sentinels have sort of nutted that one out, then I think they're probably all over the place. They're probably ready to sort of just destroy this season. But, again, I'm still sort of waiting to see what I'm going to get from Matildas. If they can at least sort of eke out a 1-1 here on Cliff, then that's not too bad of a result. We'll have to look towards Himmelsdorf, remembering, of course, that this is the Sentinels map choice. So, I think like I saw some signs of life from Matildas there, but maybe just a little bit of a cleaner game from Sentinels, I think, at the end of the day was the TLDR for me.
Yeah. Kev, any final thoughts before we head back into this one?
It was a really close game. So I don't mind this series if it goes down to the wire, if it comes close. Because like you said, 4 tanks alive doesn't look particularly close sometimes, but you got to look at the HP difference. You got to look at the fact that it was actually the Sentinels on the defense as well, Ben.
It certainly was. We'll swap this one up and get back into the action here on Cliff. Now, the Matildas will be on defense and looking to even this one up 1 apiece and take it to their map choice of Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, we'll see what they can get done on the defense here. Couple of CS63s for Bales and Bowl. STB1 out for Mary Turnip and Whippet, and 2+2 in the VZ55s. Over on the Sentinels, couple of VZ55s as well. TVP out, which is always exciting to see. Looks like Bales will be the one going for the climb, and let's see if he is tagged on the cross. Never mind. He decides he wants to just wait patiently, so he's not going to be going for that cross. Hang on, looks like a little bit of a boost coming through for speed in that Kranwagen, and if he can get that up the hill, then that's going to be powerful indeed. It has been spotted, though, by Matildas. Bales actually spotted those two, so I don't know if they can do anything about it, but they've got the info.
Yeah, and look at this correspondence. They're trying to dump VZs over to try to get rid of this Kranwagen, but the speed's hold down right now, and they're going to put themselves in a crossfire with the other VZs at this stage, but that said, good counter response coming out, at least from the mediums on the hill. Matildas making sure, at the very least, this isn't 100% unpunished. Meanwhile, Bowl cops a few on the side. Might be from Rainbow, who's slipping around a different angle, making it a bit tricky. And Cindy looking to also probe over here. So Matildas counter response now into the 2 tanks. They need to figure out where to dump, and they decide to go into the VZs, who don't have the DPM.
Well, I don't think it's a bad call, to be honest, Kev, but they are all in vision. 2+2 is getting farmed right now. Bowl doesn't want to be the first man in. The VZ55 is going to send it, and I don't mind the call from Matildas. The only problem is they're all in vision, and Sentinels can react accordingly. They're just playing a ring around the rosy at this point in time, and Matildas, well, now they've completely lost control of the map. That 2 flag is going to be really on offer right now for the Sentinels, and they're going to set themselves up as they like. Kranwagen on the hill. Soy Milk and Wymo in the VZ55s at the bottom of the donut. And Matildas, I think, are going to find it difficult to dig Sentinels out of this position.
Yeah, the Sentinels are just going to set up accordingly. They need to get some of this vision, obviously, onto the ramps, because now the Matildas, this is such an odd defensive game. They decide to push in all in the same angle to try to get rid of the VZs, but You nailed it on the head, Jordan. All the Sentinels needed to do was just dip around to the other side where they got supporting fire. Now Rainbow's going to obviously place that cap pressure. And the question is, where do you come up for the Matildas? You can't really do anything from Whippet. You can't come across this open ground. You die to the VZs. You go across the other side of Donut, same issue. You try to come up this ramp, you might be spotted out by, I think, the Kronbarganer's speed. So it does come down to how, I think, Bowles leading that rotation alongside with Merry Turnip right now. Actually, sorry, it's Bales. But he's been spotted out. So this is a tricky one for Matildas.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is, it's not looking too confident, is it? I think the main sticking point really is 2+2 down to a one-shot. Whippet now starting to bleed some HP out as well as he cops a couple, and that'll be the go signal for the VZs. I wonder if that's the right decision for the Sentinels. Do they need to be playing this aggressively at this point in time, Kev, or have they put themselves in a little bit too precarious of a crossfire again? You see the winds of change starting to come into effect, but I don't think that Sentinels are inevitably going to be as punished for this as the Matildas need to get themselves back into this game.
I mean, the attention and the focus for the Sentinels now need to be on these mediums from the Matildas at this stage. And there's a reset shot. Rainbow actually playing a bit higher up. I don't know if he falls a little bit further behind, if he's in a defilade where he hides his turret for the TVP. But there's a reset shot. And now the HP, there's 1,000 difference, 2+2. Yes, he's a one-shot, but as long as he stays alive, you can go hold down that VZ. You still have the clip potential. You just can't lead the charge. You just got to play this really smart and bait your teammates a little bit.
That's exactly what he's been doing at this point. He's just chilling behind the Donut, Whippet and Bowl kind of there as the security team protecting the president.
Repush coming forward over here, Jordan. Looks like Sentinels grouping up. They're going to send Cindy in speed. Haven't been spotted. Down coming from the hill. And before they realize it, it's going to be an overmatch.
Well, the rotation is starting to come in from that STB1. Merry is going to have to hightail it over. Already some decent damage coming out of the Matildas. That's obviously off the back of the two VZ55s getting their clips out. But I think Sentinels have gotten what they wanted. It really comes down to how long can Bowl survive and how much damage can Merry Turnip get done before Bowl drops. Whippet is still there as well. Remember, he's reloading. But I think this has just bled out a little bit too far for the Matildas. Merry Turnip, he's walked into a crossfire, now down to a one-shot. Needed to make the big difference. It's a 2-for-1 trade, but the HP deficit has just gone astronomically now in the favor of the Sentinels. Merry Turnip and Whippet will not be lasting much longer. Rainbow has enough HP to just charge in there and tank this one up. You know, again, close, to be honest, Kev, but Sentinels are the ones making that decisive move when it really matters, and they're also the ones that are getting the opening damage and forcing Matildas on the back foot from the outset. You can imagine the difference that it would have made if Matildas was even HP or even maybe slightly ahead in either of those rounds, given how close it ends up being. But Sentinels just that 10% better at this point in time, and that's given themselves a 2-0 round lead.
And they're using that 10% to make it look like it's more, I feel, right? The end result, when you look at it and you go, how many tanks alive? Wow, 4 tanks alive, whatever. That was a pretty good result. But the reality is that was a bit of a roller coaster ride. We had ups and downs. We had a merry-go-round in the middle. And there were points there where it looked like maybe the Matildas were going to be able to bring it back. But, Kev, I have to question some of what we saw from the Melbourne team there. They jumped off. It's almost like they flipped sides and they thought it was their turn to attack or something. And then surely it's tough to come back from that position once you've given up all that high ground.
It is difficult. They had to make the best decision at that stage to try to figure out a way to come back in. Just like earlier on, they had to concede. Look, we're talking about the 5 and 10%, right? But you have to look at that Kronwagen boost. That is something that was clearly designed. We didn't really touch on it in the game, but the CS boosting the Kronwagen gives just enough horsepower for the Kronwagen to get control of the hill. And at this stage, I think everyone can tell you, if you have control of the cliff with such a potent tank in a Kronwagen, which has that hold down capability, that's the scary part.
Well,
that's really the scary part.
It did turn into a little bit of a nightmare there for the Matildas. The Sentinels going to be able to come out with a 2-0 heading into Himmelsdorf. Obviously, Cliff was their map choice, and they've been able to pick that one up. But right now, they've guaranteed themselves at a minimum we're going to make it through to that tiebreaker. But Jordan, even though I keep looking at this and I'm going, you know what, there were moments there where the Matildas looked like they were going to come back. The reality is, I think for the Sentinels, they probably felt relatively comfortable with each decision they've been making so far, and each of those decisions have been coming out in their favor.
Yeah, I am just having a look at what's happening here because there's a little bit of contention around this boost. It is a two-man boost, which, according to the rules, is illegal. So what I'm seeing is the scoreline actually now is a 1-1 because Sentinels have used that boost. So that's the information coming through to me from the production team and from the admins, which is really unfortunate for the Sentinels because, you know, they were off to such a great start. There you go. You've got confirmation up in the top left corner. 1-1 is the scoreline. I'm a bit tentative to say it, you know, because I'm not sure, you know, is that exactly what it is? But yeah, the scoreline is 1-1. So for those of you that have been asking and probably raging in the Twitch chat, as I can already start to see some of it coming through on the delay, that is the decision made by the admins, and that's where we're at this point in time. So, you know, you could say potentially a quote-unquote stroke of luck for the Matildas, but maybe Sentinels wouldn't have won that round if they didn't do that boost. So you never know. Either way, that's the scoreline that we're at right now, and I think, you know, that's going to take a little bit of a mental reset for the Sentinels as they're going to have to go into Himmelsdorf now, which is their opponent's map pick, with a 1-1 scoreline when they thought they'd be in the lead 2-0 and looking to close the series out. So yeah, unfortunate turn of events for them.
Yeah, that is less than ideal, but I guess, you know, rules is rules, and that's it. And I think, Kev, to be fair, it feels like the fair result for me because, you know, we talked about how any point in that game could have turned the tide, right? Yeah. So if you're doing something that maybe shouldn't be working out, then maybe you don't get to do it. So we'll move past that. 1-1. Scores have changed it up now back across to Himmelsdorf, and the Matildas are back in this now, and it's their map choice as well. We'll see whether they can make the most of this, and has that mental boom, is it going to hit the Sentinels as a result of that ruling?
I don't think so. I mean, I feel like they're an experienced enough team that they can sort of shake that off. And, you know, if you are the better team on the day, you would be really looking at this as a potential statement that you can make. Yes, we screwed up. Yes, we made a mistake. We forgot about the rules. You know, we made an error. But you can still actually win this series 3-1. And I think that in itself is going to be enough of a statement that makes people say, well, I mean, 3-1, 4-0, what difference does it really make? I think that's what's on the offer here for Sentinels. But Matildas could really throw a spanner in the works with a very good game here on Himmelsdorf. If they go up 2-1, Kev, then that's when Sentinels start to think, oh, you know what, we might have bitten off a bit more than we could chew.
I mean, there's always the case of the reverse sweep. They always have that little buff, especially if they do go down in the series. But we'll forget about what happened on Cliff. Obviously, that's a case of it's part of the rules, and you have to concede that. Rather focus on what we're seeing right now. Obviously, a couple of E100s, my favorite German heavy tank. I mean, I actually started playing the mouse a little bit more recently, Elfish, and look, the mouse is still pretty good in certain situations.
Yeah?
Yeah. Okay. Turns out apparently that if you don't know how to angle your tank, drive the mouse, because you can just park it in any direction as long as you're not straight onto an enemy, you'll probably ricochet people. So it's pretty good.
See, my problem with the mouse is I have a little bit of PTSD from all like 2 or 3 seasons of WGL where we literally just saw 7 mouse like on either side, and it was the most boring meta you've ever seen. So I'm very anti-mouse. E100 sounds good to me. I'm a fan of that. I'm also a big fan of the 50Bs. I like to see those. We've got 2 of them for Rainbow and Cindy, 1 for Whippet, and they're obviously a really, really impactful tank on a map like Himmelsdorf. So I think we'll be quite excited to see how both of those are used.
Absolutely. Okay, so Matilda's obviously in the attack, just waiting for some of the tanks to settle down, but I think they're going to eventually try to push into speed and try to overwhelm this VZ55, who's going to be dancing around this little... I'd like to call it a lighthouse, but I'm not too certain that you put a lighthouse in a railway, so maybe a control tower instead.
Not a whole lot of map control has been taken by Matildas. That's my main sticking point for them. Now, we do have an extra minute to play with when it comes to this format in Season 3. So they've used 3 minutes now as opposed to the general 2 minutes. But, you know, you look at this and you say, well, they could have achieved this in 2 minutes. Probably could have achieved this in 30 seconds, the control that they've got right now. So need to see things picking up pretty quickly here for Matildas if they really want to start to put that pressure on Sentinels. But the way that they're headed sort of looks like they're walking into the setup that the Sentinels have got instead of sort of going over to that 2 flag, forcing the rotation out from the defense side. Shot goes awry as it whizzes past Rainbow. Would have been nice to get some early damage out onto that 50B.
277, I think, is actually doing a lot of the spotting now. The E100's been spotted, and there's a couple of shots into the 50Bs. It's a lot of HP to chew through, and there's still an AMX 50B alongside the 113 ready to take on speed. I think this is going to be very important for the Sentinels to actually focus on priority targets. Don't worry about the E100s for now. Your actual threat are the tanks that can rotate fast and get into the fight. So, I mean, Matildas deciding to rotate out. And this is a part where in the previous season we'd say there's only 3 minutes left on the clock, but reality is now we've just hit the halfway point. And Matildas still have time to obviously make this rotation work. They've done a little bit of bleed damage, maybe forced a bit of an over-rotation, and now they can at least get through Nana safely.
Yeah, I think that is a really big difference, right? The difference between having 2 minutes and 3 minutes or 3 minutes and 4 minutes is absolutely massive. It's kind of once you get down to that 2-minute mark where you really have to be forcing the issue. But just having an extra minute to rotate does allow a team like Matildas right now in this point in time to actually make this rotation where it probably otherwise would have just been taking them a little bit too long to get to that 2 flag with any kind of certainty about being able to win the round. Bales is the one leading the charge here, doing a bit of that scouting role in the 113. One of the faster tanks that we do actually end up getting on a map like Himmelsdorf. He's done a pretty good job of it as well. So far, no one from Matildas has really been spotted on this rotate, but you are seeing one of the VZ55 down on that one line, about K1 right now, starting to go for a bit of an information play, and because of that, Sentinels starting to move their way up to the 2 flag as well. So nice rotation coming out from the Sentinels, and I wonder if Matildas are going to be expecting it.
I think they are, because it's a rotation timing, and as soon as speed clears out that corridor, you've only got 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. You're thinking, hang on, they might have taken mid. You think about what territory is dirty, and that's been confirmed, obviously, with Bales just peering across the edge of Nana. No cap pressure just yet on that 2 flag. But look at this re-push ready to come in from the Sentinels. This is all... this is a bit strange. It's all coming in from one angle. Normally I prefer it if they do decide to come in a little bit more together, but... split up. They take the D-line. I always talk about the D-line in Himmelsdorf, don't I, Jordan?
Yeah, you do. I know, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I also think it could be a little bit of a mind game here too, right? You're expecting, and based on the setup that Matildas have got, they are thinking there's going to be a push coming through Banana. There's going to be something coming from the D-line, but if Sentinels find the overmatch on the point, they dispatch of Bolognese or Bales or whatever, whoever ends up being their primary target. Maybe Matilda's taken a little bit too long to rotate back into that. Obviously, you have to see how this one does pan on out. Is there a reset potential here onto Bolognese as well? Because if that occurs, then, well, Matildas is up the creek without a paddle. They are not going to be able to win this if the reset comes through and Sentinels have not committed to the fight. So Matildas really banking on the fact that Sentinels are going to have difficulty finding this reset and that they're going to force the fight out. 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock. Matildas running out of time to work with.
Okay, they're going to put 2 tanks on the cap now, so trying to place a little bit extra pressure. You can see Soymilk just trying to clear out one of these corridors, but eventually the Sentinels do need to make a bit of a move. All it takes, though, is a couple of reset shots, and they're just grouping up a death ball marching right now into the cap. It's going to be the proxy spot, and Whippet's going to be going, oh, that's a lot of tanks that might hurt me. I better back off.
Yeah, he's certainly not going to want to be that first focus of fire. They're getting rid of speed initially. He's down on 21 HP. You have to be penning your shots at this point. That's all it comes down to. The all-out brawl. Who hits better? Who pens better? Who focuses better? And right now, the answer to that is the Sentinels. Bolognese will not be long for this world. 93 HP. I think he's managed to get one more shot out before he's gone down and somehow still surviving, which makes you think maybe this one is doable for the Matildas. It's not the first time I've said that tonight, Kev, and it might not be the last. 277 pushing forward onto Rainbow, who still seems to be on the reload. But I don't know if they're going to be able to chase him down. Merry Turner, if he drops here, that is going to be game over for Matildas. Needs another shot in and will not get it. Bales and 2+2 with 26 seconds left on the clock. While they might have been able to take down 1 or 2 of these E100s, they will definitely not be able to take down the 50B, and to be honest, even getting rid of the E100s was a stretch at that point. So Sentinels, they just go one better again, and by the skin of the teeth, get the better of the Matildas, but again, that 10% makes a big difference.
The 5 of the 10%, the calm, the composure, the experience, just understanding how much time that the enemy has to work with the rotation and how much time you've actually got for the reset, it's just that ends up in a victory. You can't get through all that HP at the end of the day with only less than 1.5 minutes on the clock.
8-minute battles here, gents, and that extra minute still not enough for the Matildas to find themselves a victory here on attack. It was... Did we feel like maybe there was some wasted time at the start of the battle? Like, did they make the most of the 8 minutes they had, Jordan?
I don't think it was necessarily an issue with the time. I think it's actually an issue with the setup when they're on the cap. And maybe we can talk about that when we do get onto the replays here as well, because I'm sure we'll probably see it. But they had a 50B and an E100 on the cap instead of having the two E100s on the cap. So you immediately see the 50B on the side of the Matildas gets focused down at the very start of the fight. That's exactly what Sentinels want to be doing. And I just wonder what difference it would have made. I need to have a look here when we do get onto the other side of the scoreboard to see how many shots that 50B ended up getting out. Was it 3 as opposed to 4? Obviously, he didn't get any more than 1 clip out. And so, yeah, I mean, it's 2 shots worth of damage. I think Whippet probably fired at least 3. But what if Whippet is the one playing the bait instead of being the bait himself, right? Maybe he's the one that's sitting where I think it was 2+2 was in that 50B. He's the one in the playmaking potential spot. And I think that's a much better scenario for Matilda. So in my mind, it's just a little unfortunate, the positioning that ended up happening. 3 shots fired. What a difference that extra shot could have made.
Yeah, well, all I'm going to say is that I had 2+2 for 1 star in my fantasy league team, and one of you two jokers talked me out of it. So feels bad all around. Look at that damage, 3.7k. Not bad at all for 2+2. But Kev, look, it almost felt, I don't know, it seemed almost like that was the inevitable result when there was only a couple minutes left on the clock. Surely the Sentinels roll around the corner, they brawl it out, they probably win. Yes, the Matildas, there was a point there where I could hear Elfish Guy's little voice change and he got a little bit excited because, we almost had, it did look like perhaps the Matildas were going to bring it back, but Rainbow runs away, too many E100s, what can you do?
Yeah, too many E100s, that's a lot of HP you have to chew through. 6,000. To put it this way, you could have you need 2 badges to get through that amount of damage in 2 minutes. So, or in under a minute, right? Them combined would be able to get rid of the E100. So you look at this point where the brawl really does happen after all the rotations. There's only a minute and 10 seconds left. You got to get rid of 12,000 HP. That is just too much at that stage. You can have the best focus fire in the world. You can have everything. Like, even if you get rid of Rainbow, I don't even think that's enough at the end of the day because there's not enough time. So I feel like Sentinels played that really well because you have to look on the flip side. Look how long they took before they actually decided to retake it. They actually waited an additional 30 to 40 seconds before they went in.
Yeah, they did. They did sort of wait it out, and I guess that made sense in the end. Play it till the end. They're guaranteed to get a reset with 5 tanks rolling around the corner. So yeah, don't worry about it. No wuckers at all. And the Sentinel's going to bring it out to 2-1 now. It's going to be their turn to attack here on Himmelsdorf. If they can pick it up, they'll find themselves with the 3 points anyway, and that's what they're looking for. It would make up that silly mistake with the Kranwagens, but they can't bring it back. If they can't find themselves that victory here, we will be heading to the tiebreaker. So a little bit of pressure for both sides, and honestly, I think both teams are capable of picking this one up. Each game has been getting closer and closer and closer, so I'm keen to see what they got here.
Yeah, me too. I'm, I got to say, I think just based on the eye test, Sentinels is looking far and away the better team in this matchup. The scoreline says 2-1. It was partly due to a technicality that Matildas actually got that one round. I mean, the series could be wrapped up right here, right now, but by every metric, it looks like it should still get matched up quite nicely for the Sentinels, right? 3-1 definitely on the cards for them here, and obviously that would be a very, very nice start to their season. Matildas will be definitely eager to get this one through to the tiebreaker, but they just haven't quite had that extra little bit, that X factor, I suppose, Kev.
Look at this, though, coming out for the Matildas. This is a play and a half. Aggression on the defense. We've seen this a couple of times from earlier seasons where the teams decide to send it down that 1-2 line, especially on the defensive point. The question is, can the Sentinels call the bluff? Can the Sentinels read this? Because if they don't, it means the VZ and the Super Conqueror dies for free. And from that situation, it's almost impossible to actually win a game. That's a hell of a shot from Speed coming in onto the Super Conqueror. At least I think it's Speed. It could have been Rainbow as well. Always hard to tell.
Well, either way, just the one shot that Matildas will have to deal with, and they've got a lot of map control down in the southern part of the map. Does concern me a little bit, though, that Sentinels could very quickly get up onto that 2 flag, and then all of a sudden, Matildas are going to be the ones sort of, once again, almost playing the attack side of the map, where they're going to have to push into the 2 flag, and I think Sentinels have sort of figured that out pretty quickly here. Speed and Cindy starting to motor down the banana, and once they set themselves up, you're going to see the teams coming off the hill and down onto that 2 flag. Does the Super Conqueror spot anything out here on the cross? I have to imagine he's going to struggle to.
Well, E100's down the hill. Not normally something that you see, but they'll eventually take that 2 cap, and there's nothing spotting here whatsoever. So it is going to be the counterplay push, or the counter push that's going to come out from the Matildas. As I said, they've taken the south part of the map from the 1-2. Question is, when are they going to get spotted is the real question, and I think it may be quite soon. Or actually, they might sneak very, very close before they're spotted, and this could be huge right now, Jordan. They're going to collapse on the Super Conk and the VZ, and the Sentinels won't have the trade ability.
Well, this is absolutely the chance for the Matildas. If it doesn't happen now, then it is never going to happen. Cindy completely caught off guard. Massive crossfire for the Matildas. Cindy is going to get obliterated, and Speed will now become the focus of fire. He's lost his ammo rack for a moment, repairs it, but that's really not going to help him at this point in time. There is no chance he gets another reload off here, assuming the next couple of shots do go on through. 28 HP, little unfortunate. It's going to cost him an extra shot from the Matildas. But now the E100s arrive, and this is when you start to think, well, maybe there is still a chance in here for the Sentinels with that excellent DPM coming through, and of course that massive amount of HP that you need to soak through.
And the difference here as well, Rainbow full HP in a 50B. This is absolutely huge at the moment. They're trying to get rid of Wymo at this point in time. Wymo's taking a lot of shots, but Rainbow's over here. He's going to get rid of the Super Conk. Is his Super Conk's the DPM? Then you worry about the 277s afterwards. And you can see this is exactly what's being communicated. It looks like it's going to be Soy Milk that'll get the kill at the end of the day. Rainbow wants to keep his HP in. He also gets the ammo rack on Mary Turnip. I mean, it doesn't affect this current part where they are going to chase down Rainbow.
They just have to chase Rainbow. If they can kill Rainbow, they can outrun that E100 and do whatever they want. So this is the important kill. If Rainbow can somehow manage to survive, then he might actually still be able to save the game for the Sentinels, do enough damage to make it possible for Soy Milk. But of course, the 277 is quick enough that he's going to be able to catch up to him. Bolognese now, well, he has to play that game of cat and mouse. He's not really going to beat the E100 in a straight-up brawl, is he? But he can definitely run away, live to fight another day, and he has more than enough HP to win this in the reset situation. Bolognese, a very experienced player as well. I'm sure he knows exactly what he needs to be doing here, and you'd have to bank on this going to an overtime, going through to the tiebreaker, Kev. I mean, there should be no world where Bolognese lets this one slip.
Yeah, absolutely. But Soy Milk, don't count him out just yet either. He's a fantastic individual player. It looks like Bolognese will be able to read this scenario. Soy Milk trying to get into the other side of the church. This is all coming down to mind games, and obviously there's a lot of time. All Bolognese needs to do is land a single reset. All he needs to do. But how many times have we seen ANZPL? There's an Ignite. There's an ammo rack.
ANZPL, let's reset. That's, I think, what we're looking at right now. Bol's going for a big rotate. He knows he's got time. And Soy Milk, which way is he looking? He's actually called the bluff. So,
oh my
he's gonna
goodness.
have his gun pointed in the correct direction. You know, what if, does he hit a tracking shot maybe as Bol tries to round the corner and Bol can't get the reset in time? You wouldn't want to leave this to, you know, like 1 or 2 seconds. I think you take this when there's 30 seconds left on the clock. You're still going to be able to outrun that E100 every day of the week, let's be honest. So don't leave this down to the very final second.
He's coming in from that
I think he's
angle,
played it
isn't
well.
he? Yeah,
I think Bol's played it well. I mean, so is Soy Milk, to be fair. You know, he's called it correctly. He's looking in the right direction. But what can you really do as this E100? All the cards are in the pocket of Bolognese right now.
Yeah, because all Bol needs to do, as we said, he needs to just get the single shot across. You don't need to do anything else, as long as Bol doesn't overthink it, doesn't check the wrong corner, because 30 seconds, yeah, things are starting to get a bit tight. But he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair enough as well, just side scraping to make sure that that cross is going to be safe. And this is where he's really going to fully commit for that reset. And he should get it
There we
every
are,
day
yep.
of the week. So in the
And
meanwhile,
you're
he
right
actually
now.
saw the shot not quite going through the armor of Bolognese's 277, which is going to add insult to injury. Both tanks now same amount of HP, and that 277 even stands a reasonable chance of winning the fight here. But look, of course, why not just run away? And Soy Milk can really do nothing about it. So well played by Bolognese, and Matildas will, I suppose, get their second round on the board. But it really feels like it's their first round on the board, doesn't it, Kev, right? That is the first time that Matildas have actually managed to best Sentinels in this series. So I wonder if they can do it again.
I reckon they're definitely with a good chance. Mines is always one of that 50-50 coin flip. So
Who gets the choice of side, though? Matildas have only won on the defense, technically.
Yeah. So I'm going to jump in here, right? Because there's nothing going on. And the answer is who did the most damage on attack. So the Sentinels, I'm pretty sure you would say, have had the best attacking side damage rise, right?
You would think so because
based
of this
on
game, right?
Based on
Yeah.
this game right here. So based on this, my assumption is that the Sentinels will now get choice of side. The Matildas did pretty well, but obviously when you come down to a 1v1 and you've got 2007 HP left and everyone else is dead. I think that must be pretty close. I guess the only thing to throw up in there is obviously some team comps have more HP to lose than others. So
Yeah.
there were a lot of E100s and things like that, a lot of potential damage points for teams to accrue. So I don't want to jump the gun, but that's my assumption. So we will wait to see what the admins say, but we get our 2-2, gents. And as you said, that does mean we're going to move to mines. Yeah, look at that. Love to see it. That's a lot of damage. 3.6k there for Soy Milk in the E100. Just not enough, though, right? Like, it's that was kind of weird. I feel like we're watching a movie chase scene. It was like a car chase, and, one and the other. Who's playing the cops? Who's in the getaway car? I don't know. And then all of a sudden it's in cat and mouse, and then, yeah. So...
wow.
Ooh. It's not a bad pickup for a 4-star player.
That is not bad at all. 10 out of 10 pens. You love to see that. Gents, there is an Alienware Sharpshooter award this season for the highest pen rate the end of the season. They pick up a 27-inch Alienware monitor, thanks to Alienware, who are one of our beautiful sponsors this season. So looking pretty good. 10 out of 10. That's going to certainly help you accrue that. Bolognese, look at that. 4.5k. I didn't put in my fantasy. I'm having a real rough week with Fantasy League, gents, is all I'm going to say.
I think I'm pretty cooked as well, because I've had Iron Guard in my roster and he hasn't played a game so far, and no one can actually replace him because one of my subs is Merry Turnip, which is a 3-star. Iron Guard's a 2-star. The other sub is Artie Noob, and he hasn't played a game either. So I'm cooked. I'm up the creek without a paddle.
Is Bolognese washed up? Didn't seem washed up then. That's all I'm going to say. Pretty sure I had clearly what was the best fantasy roster 2 hours ago, and then these two jokers talked me out of it. So that's what I get for asking. Next time, I'm just going to go with my own thing. But they brought it back, Kev. They picked up a win. It was pretty close, though. It certainly could have been a Sentinels attacking side win, and they would have got the 3-1.
Quickly touching on Fantasy League beforehand, all fair's in a game of love and war, right? So if we have to sabotage the enemy to...
Wow.
It's not enough that I need to succeed. I need to make sure that I drag you guys down before I succeed, right? So that's the trick with Fantasy League. But going back, obviously, to that attack, I do feel like it was a couple of moments. It was just, if Matildas are spotted on the rotate, you can get into your hold down positions. Like Cindy then plays a bit of a hold down for speed in the BZ, almost said the 277, the BZ 55. That could have been a bit of a difference, or if you get your tanks out into the right rotations, or if Rainbow sticks with the E100. I think that might have been a better scenario. Rainbow just stays with Soy Milk and just goes, all right, if you want to kill me, you're going to have to sit here, and you're going to have to take a couple of shots from the E100 as a result. But look, obviously that's a high pressure scenario, and it's always a bit difficult sometimes. So, yeah.
A good focus fire, I thought, from the Matildas in here as well. They're probably a little bit unhappy that Speed survives on 28 HP in that little engagement, because that means that an extra tank has to fire another shot in, and in a situation that is this close, that one extra shot could really make a massive, massive difference. Again, it just really comes down to the wire, doesn't it? Like every single one of these rounds has felt very, very close. It's felt like it's been on a knife's edge. I want to say, I almost think Sentinels, again, got a little bit closer to winning that round than they ought to have. And I've said the same thing for Matildas in the previous few rounds that they have lost. So neither team is having the perfect game so far tonight, I think, Ben. But, I mean, obviously Sentinels is looking just that slight bit better. Still, we obviously go into the tiebreaker with that 2-2 scoreline, and it's anybody's guess. It's anybody's day at this point in time. So it's a very, very exciting series. Great start to Season 3 of ANZPL, but, man, I'm sure there's another level that these two teams can hit.
Yeah, it's week 1, right? They're the second match of the night. There's so many weeks to go, and already we're heading through to a tiebreaker. The Sentinels, I think we can all agree, have looked slightly the better of the two, but not by much, by just enough. So far it's been by just enough. So it's kind of cool that we see them go head to head in week 1, and then by the time we get to top 4 and we get a chance to see them potentially play each other again, you're not going to have necessarily a great idea of how they are going to go head to head. So there's going to be a lot of time between the two, but we're going to have a winner tonight. If this was season 1 or season 2, we'd be like, see you later, throw it a break, we'll be back very shortly. Enjoy the games, whatever. Nah, not tonight. We're not doing that because we got a tiebreaker. Yes.
We would continually bring up this discussion point again and again where we'd go, well, Sentinels kind of look like the better team tonight, but it's a 2-2 scoreline, so we can't really say how many times that happened last season. And now we finally get to find an answer, right? We get to know. Unequivocally say.
We don't have to make it up. We don't have to assume. We don't have to imagine it anymore. And for me, yes, the tiebreaker was the best part of all of the finals. Every time we saw it, it was incredibly exciting. So, I couldn't think of anything better than getting to see it all season long, except, of course, to see the real Kev, Professor Kevin. Let's take a look at your strat sketch, sir. Can you please teach me some tanks?
Potentially so. We're just obviously waiting for a little bit just to see how it goes. Sorry, I'm still setting it up at the moment. It's been a while since I used Stretch Sketch.
This is the problem with teachers these days, Jordan. They don't actually, do you even want to be a teacher? How did you get this job? How long have you been here? You just, they can't even boot you out. You've been here so long. That's the problem. So we'll get Kev up with the Himmelsdorf stretch sketch in just a moment. You'll be able to talk us through. There were a few moments in that were, could have gone either way, and we could have been done by now. But fortunately, we're not.
Yeah, it's a bit. Oh, sorry, Jordan, you go.
I was just going to say, again, this has been a really exciting and enticing series to watch, given how close a lot of these rounds have really been. And it gives me a lot of faith that we're going to get some good games out of this season. It's just almost unfortunate that we get this match so early in the season in a way, because I think at full strength, these two rosters could show us a really, really, really cool series. And not that they aren't already, but just imagine what this matchup could be like in, week 5 or week 6, where they've had that extra month and a half to sort of prac and scrim together, mesh together, meld together, make sure that everything's on point. I think we'd be seeing an even better game than what we're getting right now, Ben. So, it's obviously a good start to the season, and it sort of makes me hopeful that things are going to be quite good towards the end as well. We're going to get some tight series, I think, this time around.
I think it's going to be the closest season of ANZPL yet. Obviously, the changes that we've made, the fact that we're not 2-2ing anymore and that we get to go to that tiebreaker, and at the end of the day, someone's going to have to come out on top. The fact that we've got 8 minutes instead of 7, and look, all of these things add up. Some of these maybe quote unquote washed up, apparently not washed up players, Saf and Bolognese, both actually kind of showing off tonight, to be honest.
I mean, to be fair, I think there was an expectation with how Madhouse came into last season. So, I just want to put that one out there. Bol and Saf are doing well. Mad, I'm still going to give him a bit of flack for how he started off last season. He did come good in the end, though.
He did come good in the end. So has Professor Kev. You've come good. Let's go. You finally... I don't know how to use a PowerPoint. It's like being at school all over again. Take us through. What did we see?
I mean, I was going to say, just bring back those old projectors, right? Because what's this newfangled technology? I don't understand it. But look, this is what I'm going to cover is going to be the Sentinels versus Matildas game. Obviously, this is Sentinels in the attack. So the last game that we just saw, to give a bit of context as we're going into the tiebreaker on Mines. So at early on, it's going to be just 2 tanks set up, just a spot over here. They think the VZ, because normally when you set up the VZ, you hope you can get enough speed to spot down these angles to make sure that you can spot any tanks that are pushing down the 1-2 line. But it gets there a little bit late, or it doesn't spot out the tanks that actually push down very deep from the Matildas. So as a result, these 2 tanks have no idea about the encroaching flank that's coming forward. So they suspect, okay, maybe it's just a camp over here. There's a couple of tanks sitting back here or something like that. They haven't shown any presence. We didn't see anything cross. So we're just going to take the map accordingly. And this is what happens, right? This is eventually a scenario that does, results. I know I have got it on the standard battle, but generally where the red part is where the defender's flag is.
Visage the 1 and 2 flag. We don't even care about one of them anyway. All right. Yeah. And then what happens, Kev?
Eventually, this is the push that happens, right? Is that these tanks, I mean, I'm moving across as a blob right now, but these tanks all come across in through mid, in through here, completely uncontested. This Superconk just makes sure he's alive, right? He just comes in a little bit later for the brawl. And all of a sudden, what we talk about, that D-line control, just gets completely broken up because these guys think they're safe. They're like, all right, we're going to make sure they can't re-push from here. They can't re-push like this and throw down our E100s. Reality is, you can't deal with a push-in like this at the end of the day. I mean, Rainbow does his best. He actually kills the 50B. He kills, I think, Bales in the 113 coming down this angle nice and early on. So Bales can't get away with a 113 and stay alive for a longer fight. So he does the right thing. But the problem is when you lose 2 tanks early on, we always talk about it. You lose tanks early on, you lose the advantage. You lose especially fast-rotating tanks. It becomes and makes your job a lot more difficult. And that's exactly what happened. Matildas take the victory from there. Of course, Bolognese plays a very smart one-on-one, and you have to credit him with that as well. Mm-hmm. But ultimately, we talk about the 5 and 10%, this sets them up for success to obviously bring it back into the tiebreaker on mines.
Yeah, absolutely. Love it. Thanks, Professor Kev. I'm glad you got your PowerPoint working in the end, and I'm sure we'll get there by the end of the season. But that pretty much sums it up, and I think we can all agree the last 2 players probably played that as well as they possibly could, and look, I kind of feel like there are games in Season 1 and Season 2 where a team could have been in the same spot the Matildas were in and they would not have won that. So I'm glad we're past that point, I think. So anyway, let's talk about a tiebreaker. We're heading to Cliff. Confirmation that the Sentinels did get the choice of side based on obviously what is the higher damage from their attacking side there, which means they're going to get to pick defense, I believe, for mines. So
yeah, I was going to say, just to clarify, it was mines, right? Not Cliff. Because you said Cliff the first time. I was just...
sorry. Yeah, it is cool. Mines. Yes, it is mines.
Yeah. Okay, good. Because I thought, that would be a bit weird. We played Cliff already, didn't we?
We got there already. They will pick for mines, yes.
Cool. Okay, so now this is where things get a bit interesting, right? And this is not something that we've had to talk about at all in ANZPL so far, obviously because we've had that 2-2 format with that whole meme. But when it comes to tiebreakers, you are very much up to the RNG gods as to, what map you're going to get in a lot of instances. And A, whether you're even good at that map to begin with. B, whether that's going to be a map that's offense or defense sided. So the first question you have to ask is, okay, are either of these teams practiced on mines? Is it a map that's been coming up in scrims? Do they know what they're doing? Have they got some strats maybe coming through from previous seasons, an idea of what they want to be doing? And the other question is, obviously having now seen Sentinels picking a defense, is the map offensively or defensively sided? And what we've seen, I think, a little bit on mines historically in ANZPL, and you guys can sort of feel free to sort of chime in on this one as well. But my sentiment has been that this has been a little bit more of a defensive sided map over the course of the couple of seasons that we've seen so far. So I am kind of leaning a little bit towards Sentinels. I feel like they've been a bit more practiced in general than what Matildas have been throughout this series. And of course, they've got the choice of side as well.
Well, we're going to roll this one out. It is our tiebreaker. 1 battle remain. We're here on mine. Sentinels on defense. We'll see if they can do it or whether Matildas can find themselves a victory. It would be a pretty crazy result, considering where we were just 20 minutes ago, Kev, if that's going to be the case. But nevertheless, let's see our first tiebreaker of the regular season here for ANZPL.
All right, Kev, what do you reckon? We've got Matildas on the attack. Are you giving them much of a chance here? I know you voted for Sentinels in your predictions.
This is the same strategy they used in ANZPL Finals Season 2, the double crown bargain repush into mid. And surely Matildas are aware of this. Oh, look at that bleed. Look at the CS setup. I feel like they've watched a couple of games of World of Tanks to set up for this, but now
Wow.
I mean, they do lose a Crown Bargain, but they still allow another Crown Bargain at 277. Heavies now need to dump the Super Conks down low.
Well, I'm not sure this is going to work out too kindly for Sentinels. They're essentially playing a 4-on-5. It's a 4-on-2 for Wymo and Speed. Poor old Bales has been left to his own devices, but I think that's fine, all things considered, for Matildas, as long as they trade those tanks down. And to be fair to Bales, he still hasn't died yet. Only now has he gone down, so he's bought as much time as he possibly can. And Kev, I think Matildas are going to come away with the win in this series. They've again grasped a victory from the jaws of defeat. Rainbow and Cindy, what can you do about it? Surely the answer at this point in time is absolutely nothing. Kranvagen on the reload. Cindy is but a lone 277, and the Matildas have managed to come away with the series victory. And I think it's off the back of a very interesting call from the Sentinels. We can talk about that in a second, Kev, because we've got to bring Ben back into the conversation.
Ooh.
What a fast game that was. You didn't get a break there at all.
Thank you, everyone, for your channel points. Firstly, is what I'd like to say. But secondly, congratulations to the Matildas. It's not that they clutched victory from the jaws of defeat right then, perhaps, but certainly for this series that could have gone and probably would have gone the other way had things gone just a little bit differently. But we come down one map, Sentinels with their pick of side. Kev, talk us through the decision. Was it decision making? Was it shot calling? How did that go so wrong?
I got a feeling it just comes down to maybe just seeing the Sentinels have run that before, because as I was saying, it did look very reminiscent to the finals, right? Where up against the Brisbane Bulldogs, they brought the double Crown Bargain, and it was set up to obviously punish and to retake the hill. But you look at the setup from the Matildas, and I just had a feeling they were waiting for it, because normally you don't put CSs in a crossfire, you don't put all your heavy tanks ready to bleed things out, and Soy Milk gets absolutely clapped on the incursion in, and from that point, as soon as you lose the tank, you have to commit for the Sentinels, and that's it. It's all over Red Rover.
Look at that, 2+2, top 2 on his team. I am putting 2+2 back in my fantasy league, that's all I'm going to say, but look, an impressive result there in the end for the Matildas, and they'll find themselves coming through somehow. With it, they sort of warmed up towards the end as well, I kind of feel. Let's talk us through this one though, Alpha Sky, because this is going to be a pretty quick replay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is, to be fair, a pretty ambitious call from the Sentinels. Kev, you mentioned that maybe their composition does look like it's set to retake the hill, but when there's two CS63s, you're probably, you know, putting 2 and 2 together and thinking either they're going to be pushing on the hill or they're going to be pushing down the one line and trying to take control of that. And the fact that you haven't seen them pushing the one line makes you sort of say, well, they're on the hill. And I find it quite an interesting decision to essentially drive into a crossfire at that point in time. I don't know that that's the greatest of calls from Sentinels. Obviously, hindsight is 2020. You know, it's quite easy for me to sit here and say that. But just looking at the composition that was built there for the Matildas, it seemed like there was a pretty straightforward, obvious ethos based on the two CS63s and a relatively faster lineup, to be fair, in terms of heavy tanks as well, that Sentinels have sort of walked into that trap, and it's kind of like done a backflip on the way that this series is panning out, where initially it was Matildas that was kind of walking into the setups of Sentinels. Now, this time, it's Sentinels that have walked into the setup of Matildas. So, yeah, I mean, look, easy for me to say maybe that wasn't the right call in hindsight. Yeah, definitely not. But it begs the question, I think, at least.
Well, you also have to look at a lot of the times where the CSs can go as well, because it is a coin. That's why I call mine's a bit of a coin flip map, because CSs, you might go, oh, they'll take hill every single day of the week, but they could have decided to take the island instead. They could have pushed all the way down to the other side to get the crossfire, and this is where the mind games and everything come in. But look, still, congratulations to the Matildas. They get the series victory, so which
the
is
minds games.
A big thing. Yeah.
Get it? I love it. Minds games. Anyway, they get the victory. It's a 2-point victory, by the way. So we saw before, obviously, 3 points for the win for the Archers. So that sits them at the top of the leaderboard. If you win from a tiebreaker, like we just saw then, it means the Matildas go home with 2 points for today. And the Sentinels still get a point. So we divide the 3 points up, 2 and 1. So only 1 point difference between the two. Certainly, you'd rather grab a win than a loss, gents, but I think, Jordan, when you see that turnaround, what could have potentially been a 3-point win for the Sentinels turns into 1 point on the board, and not necessarily the start that they were looking for, but I think it's pretty safe to say the Sentinels and the Matildas both looking very good for this season.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, at this point in time, I'd probably even still out of the eye test say I think Sentinels kind of looked like the better team tonight. To be fair, they did technically win 3 games or 3 rounds to 2. But, that's all sort of been flipped around by the technicalities of that boost. And would they have won had that boost not occurred? You never really know. Still, Sentinels looking like a very strong competitor to me. And I'm excited to see what Matildas can offer us this season as well.
Yeah, a lot from both of these teams is my expectation for the rest of the season. And we'll, of course, get to see how they go. For now, we're going to take another quick break. When we come back, it's the South Sydney Skorpions up against the Perth Panthers, our first night of the ANZ PL Season 3. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to ANZPL Season 3. It's the first night we've kicked that one off, and a pretty epic battle we just saw. Coming up now, though, is the South Sydney Skorpions up against the Perth Panthers. I said earlier I thought maybe the Skorpions were the most underperforming team in ANZPL. Like, I only half mean that. The point is, they could win. They could have won last season. They certainly could have and maybe should have been on the final stage and ended up in fourth. I have high expectations for Season 3, gentlemen. And up against the Perth Panthers, Kev, this is going to be a tough game for the Perth team. First cab off the rank.
It's a good test as well. A tough game, but a good test. You know that you're not versing someone that's completely top of the league or even bottom of the league. You have a good test over here, a challenge in the South Sydney Skorpions. And there's a lot of, I think I did accidentally BM JT earlier on by saying he wasn't a superstar player.
Oh.
I don't mean it in the sense that I don't think he's a good player. I think there's a lot of fantastic players on this roster, but when you think about the superstar players, like I said earlier, Bales, your Bolognese come to mind, your Darks come to mind. But they've definitely done some good yards, and keeping the team composition the same is always going to help with team chemistry. That's always a point that I'll argue for.
All of these guys wearing this raccoon shirt with sunglasses on it think they know how to play tanks. All I'm going to say is, what's going on with that shirt? Does it even make sense, selfish guy?
It's a red panda, Ben.
It's a raccoon with sunglasses.
It's a red panda. There's gonna be some fists ready for you, mate.
I'm gonna cop it when this comes up in 5 minutes from now.
Yep.
All right. Talking about copping it, the Perth Panthers. This is a tough one for them. Kev says, look, if you want to test your mettle week one, a great way to determine where is your team at. Go against the Skorpions. There's some value to that, I suppose. But what are your thoughts? It's going to be a tough battle for sure.
Yeah, I think so. But anecdotally, and we really don't have a whole lot of data to go off with this, but when you do come last in a season, which is what happened to the Matildas in season 1, and you get first pick in the draft, you are able to build your team up into something a little bit greater. They went from 9th to 3rd from season 1 to season 2. Now, the question is, for the Panthers coming 8th last season, they do manage to pick Goober up in first. And as far as Kevin's told me, that's a pretty good pickup. Is that enough to actually bolster the team? The other changes, obviously, Pro Loser coming in for randomized. For the most part, the rest of the team has actually not changed all that much. So I do wonder if that's going to be enough. I think obviously they do come into this game as the underdogs. But to be fair, Perth Panthers bringing up Goober into the roster, it could be exactly what they need to sort of mesh that team together and jump them up a couple of places. We'll see if it works out the same for them as it did for the Matildas from season 1 to 2.
Certainly not a negative, that's for sure. The big matchup, the battle of the J's, JT up against JS. I'm not sure if either of them is cool as J-rated. Suck up much. But, Kev, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
Favors JT, in all honesty. I remember, you have to look at it and go, Panthers have obviously struggled the last couple of seasons, but JT and JS have played a lot of games as well. I feel like they played every single game in the last couple of seasons. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe JT wasn't in some of them. Maybe JS wasn't in some of them. But as captains and obviously as callers, they're going to be leading from the front. So, and I like how they lead from the front as well. And I like how all the callers in this league have been just going, I'll take the tank that no one else wants. We'll let everyone else play to their strengths.
And that's what being a caller is about. We've spoken to it in the past, Kevin. And really being that caller of the team captain is truly about getting the most out of everyone else in your team. And if that means putting them in their preferred role and you end up picking up what's left, so be it. So it's a tough place to be in, both JT and JS with a ton of experience and obviously perfectly capable, more than capable of leading their respective teams through to victory today. We take a look at our map. Ghost Town first, Prokhorovka second, and then if we're truly lucky, we're going to see Mines again. I'm excited for this one. The Skorpions going to be the home team tonight. They'll start off on defense. Ghost Town is their pick. And did we across the board pick the Skorpions to pick this one up? I think that feels like a pretty good bet right now, but I'm keen to see what the Panthers can bring.
Yeah, these last 2 games, we were actually unanimous in our predictions. For this one, it was, of course, the Skorpions for the 3 of us. We'll see if that's going to be proven correct today. If it is, then obviously we're all getting ourselves a point, which is going to be happy days. VZ55 out for JT. T100 LT for Russian, Super Conk for Aussie and Knight. Benny in the Mouse, an interesting pickup. You were talking about that one on Himmelsdorf, Kev. Over on the other side of the field, couple of E100s, T57, VZ55, and Batchat 25. And Panthers, well, they're just going to trundle on into a 2-flag push, as has become quite commonplace. There's a fire already onto Twitter as well.
Yep, German engineering just goes up absolutely in flames, and JS comes a little bit too late to punish Knight, unfortunately, who's, I mean, T57 Heavy will still get a couple of shots in. The cap pressure is going to begin. T100 LT, those should be able to get the wraparound. But Goob is over here just making sure there's teammates covered off, so no one decides to push in.
Aussie's doing a pretty good job of just maintaining his HP at this point in time. Knight copping a little bit more of the brunt of that damage. Now goes down very low, 680 left for him. Reinforcements starting to arrive, however, and you have to think Panthers, well, have they bled a little bit too much HP here? They have actually managed to take Knight down, and now JT has found himself in an awkward spot. He does have Russian there to help him out, and resets are not a concern at this point in time, with Benny and Aussie able to grab them easy as you like. So the main question is going to be whether or not Uber can actually manage to get out of here alive on 35 HP, and if that T57 Heavy is going to get another clip out, because that's where things could start to go a bit awry for the Skorpions. Russian chases the Batchat down. Aussie still, again, surviving, but that VZ might put him to bed. Bounced a shot.
Lightning needed to kill Aussie over there. Bouncing a shot is going to be very unfortunate. Sometimes a 303 pen is not going to be to your favor. And this should be the part where they do manage to get rid of JS as well. But JS actually still has a couple of shots left in the clip. At the very least, able to get rid of one of the players before he does go down 3-on-2. Lightning Man trying to protect Twit. But unfortunately, just too much HP over here just to chew through. And Lightning Man will unfortunately not really be able to get out of there. This is where the VZ55 kind of struggles a little bit in terms of just the pen value. No heat rounds. You only have AP. And it should be Russian coming in to clean things up with a T100 LT as well. And there you have it. It's going to be Skorpions on the defense. Successful.
They certainly are the home team defending side first. Their map choice, probably the expected result for the Panthers. There were moments there where maybe they were looking okay. Certainly in terms of the number of tanks on the field, but when you see Benny in the Mouse, and it's like there's a lot of HP there. And look, it's going to be rough at that point when you've got a full Mouse left alive. Probably not going to beat that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think I got a little bit concerned when I saw Knight dropping. I'm not sure if he overextended a little bit or anything like that, but to see him drop there and sort of put it into a 4-on-5, I thought, oh, you know what? Maybe Perth Panthers with that extra gun in the game might be able to get something done. But Aussie really had it on lockdown, 4.8k in the Super Conqueror. Really, really nice start for him in this season. Russian, another one of those players that performed very, very nicely last season, is able to come through with a pretty good performance for himself as well. And Benny, you know, not necessarily the new guy in this roster, because he actually has been kicking around in Skorpions for a little bit. He was formerly known as Tin Tac. We did see him a couple of times last season. He definitely wasn't in the core roster. He wasn't in the starting 5. But yeah, I mean, good stuff from him there as well in the Mouse. You can't really complain. And if he's going to be able to continue to find his way into the initial starting 5, and you see more of that, then I don't think you can complain too much, to be fair.
No, and that's what you're looking for out of those players for sure. So, yeah, the Skorpions pick up their victory. Kev, talk us through what we're going to see in this replay. From my perspective, Panthers rolled onto the point, sat there, then died.
I mean, there was also a bit of a two-kind-of-way brawl that was going on. A couple of autoloaders up against a kind of autoloader in JT, as well as the DPM that's coming out from the T100 LT. I think also just Aussie playing it really well, just playing a hold down alongside with Benny. And I had a couple of conversations with the players, because I prefer the E100 at one stage, and now kind of going back the other way, the Mouse actually might have its use once again, because we're talking about heat rounds and the lack of heat rounds from some of the VZ55s, because that Mouse actually does have very, very strong sloped armor if you're angling it correctly. I was joking about it with Elfish Guy. An idiot like me can park it at a 45-degree angle and block heat rounds from a Russian heavy. There is no other tank that can do that in the game, where you don't really have to think about it and you can ricochet rounds.
Those are my favorite types of tanks. When we were on those press accounts earlier, I'm going to tell you, I had a lot of fun. And I think the people on my team maybe had far less fun. So sorry for that if you had to play with or against Big Clock Cam. But look, I did what I could. And the Panthers doing what they could there. I will say though, attacking side, they did a fair bit of damage. So should we find ourselves in another 2-2 situation, a reasonable attacking side for the Panthers there. The question is, what can they do on defense, and what do the Skorpions have? What have they prepared? Obviously got something in the back pocket here. They played, I think, a lot of Ghost Town Elfish guys, so I'm expecting big things.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in my mind, we're probably going to be seeing a bit of a different attacking side out from Skorpions than what we did there from Panthers. I'm not generally a massive fan of the YOLO push onto the 2 flag from the attackers on Ghost Town, because I think it really limits your options as an attacking side to actually really do anything, right? It's either this works or we lose. And if the defenders play it correctly, which Skorpions did, you're kind of up the creek without a paddle. You can't go anywhere, especially when you have a composition like what Panthers had there, which was primarily heavy tanks. So I think we're going to see something a little bit more nuanced, I suppose, from Skorpions. They're going to dance around the outskirts of the map. Maybe they're going to bring a bat chat here. Maybe they're going to bring a light tank even for Russian. I know he likes to pick those up. So that's something that I'm expecting to see a little bit more so. And immediately from the outset, double bat chat, it sort of screams, we're not sending it in onto the cap. We're going to play the long game here and see what we can do with controlling the outer edges of the map here on Ghost Town. That's kind of what I prefer to see, I think, Kev. I think that's a really integral part of this map, is controlling the outskirts.
Yeah, especially considering that Goob is by himself, so he can only really control one side. Admittingly, Ghost Town is one of those maps where you can concede a lot of territory and you can decide, well, if we give up this hill and we just sit inside the city and make sure we protect the 1 flag, we can always retake the mid part, we can always retake the 2 flag. Very difficult to actually get shots in from the 1-2 line into the city, especially if you're hidden in the right corridors. So even if the bat chats do have control, it's not necessarily the end of the world. And JS, that's a nice little shot coming out from the Super Conk into, I would say, most likely the face of the E100. And yeah, it's been one of those times where recently I've just been spamming the E100 and I started playing the mouse a little bit more. He's going for the rangefinder, the cheeky bugger. That's a hard target to hit, but it is a big glaring weak spot on the E100.
Well, if it works, it works. That is never going to pen. So he's going to go for HE. See what he can do with that. I'm not sure that he's going to be able to do a whole lot, to be fair, but does draw out the push again from Knight, and that's going to prompt the usage of the repair kit onto JS. We'll keep that in the back of our minds for the next minute and a half. Will that make much of a difference? Ooh. JT is being a very stealthy E100, which is not normally what you would consider out of that tank, but this is a position.
This is great because it actually pushes JS off the angle, because JS cannot sit there any longer. So he's gonna.
He doesn't have a repair kit though.
Yeah. Oh, that hurts. That's 1,000 damage right there.
I mean, JT, if he would have got a tracking shot, I mean, I guess maybe the repair speed was enough for JS and that Super Conqueror, but either way, you'll take it. That's a very good start to the round here for Skorpions. A little bit of damage traded onto Knight for a lot of damage traded onto JS, and he's pretty much immediately going to have to reuse that repair kit as soon as it's off cooldown. So again, you know, come, what would it be, about maybe 4.5 minutes down to 3 minutes, he's not going to have a repair kit at all. So again, you know, something that continues to give advantages over to the Skorpions.
Yep, allows them to encroach ever so closer. 3 super heavies. Here comes the march of the German war machines.
These guys are so isolated as well, with Goober up on the hill in the bat chat. I mean, yeah, he can rotate pretty quickly, but if JT, Aussie, Knight, and Benny just send it in onto these E100s...
Oh, man, they're dead. JS and Twin are dead. There's no way about it. Even if they do manage to land all their shots, I mean, JS still doesn't really have his ammo rack. Well, he's going to lose so much of this HP. Yep, the rotations have to come in from the VZs, and it all comes down to focus over here, Jordan.
Yeah, but you still got 2 bat chats in the back pocket for Skorpions. Russian and Aussie have bided their time quite nicely. Now some good shots, though, coming through from Goober onto Aussie. Gives him pause for thought. Russian, as of yet, hasn't found any inroads into this fight, and it's... I mean, to be honest, it's going better for the Panthers than I thought that it would. They're getting some good damage back across. They are starting to be outstripped in terms of DPM just by virtue of the lack of tanks in this fight for them. But they're giving about as good as they're taking. The unfortunate reality, though, Kev, is that there is still a mouse to deal with. And Benny has barely taken any damage at this point in time. JT, while he may drop, it's still going to be the end of Twit. And you still got 2 Bat Chats to clutch this round out where needed. And I think
But-
Skorpions have probably got it in the bag, assuming things go to plan.
But there's a full HP VZ as well, and that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of burst damage. So sure, he does go down. Lightning Man eventually is going to be collapsed on, and Goober's just trying to figure out the best angle to come in from. Russian's going to get the clip off from behind over here as well. He needs to make sure he hits every single one of these just to make sure Lightning is not going to be a threat. Benny should be good for one more shot as well. Goober eventually will be chased down. Russian going to be on the reload. Aussie going to try and take this one-on-one.
Oh, well, Goober really doesn't have anything that he can do about it at all, to be honest. And Aussie, 3 more shots going to be required to finish things off here. He should have that in the clip, I believe, if I've been counting the shells correctly, and he does, which means Lightning Man is now pretty donezo. I mean, he might be able to chase Aussie down. I don't think there's too far for Aussie really to go, but Russian should have this one every day of the week. The shot doesn't actually end up connecting onto Aussie, and now the fact that Aussie's actually gotten around that corner pretty much means it's a deal sealed. If it wasn't already. A nice attempt from Lightning Man, 3k damage out from him, and I've got to say, honestly, Panthers make that one a lot closer than I thought that they would. I think there was a few bounces, probably a few too many bounces in there from Skorpions that I noticed, and, you know, obviously it hasn't bitten them in the backside in that respect, but it was, you know, closer than it perhaps should have been. I thought Skorpions played it a lot better than the actual result indicated. It was very, very close indeed.
Yeah, a very well-rehearsed strat coming out there from the Skorpions, but still not a bad result, I think we can agree, for the Panthers. Yes, that they don't pick up the win, but that's a pretty close game in the end of things. Obviously, you get to the 2v1, you know who's going to win, but a shot doesn't bounce. The shot at the start goes one way or the other, and maybe things are a little bit different, Kev. So certainly maybe not the shellacking I expected to see against the Panthers, but nevertheless, the Skorpions coming up with the 2-0. Look at that, 12 from 12 there. The Bat Chat's doing work, and I think, you know, we know how in Season 2 the Bat Chats were a massive part of what we expected to see, and looks like Season 3 is not going to be any different as expected.
Yeah, for sure. And the VZ55s, I think this is where the weakness comes in a little bit in comparison to maybe a 277 or another Super Conk, because yeah, having this burst damage is fantastic. When you land 1,000 damage, it feels pretty good. But then when you're reloading for the next 20 seconds or so, it doesn't feel as good when the Bat Chats can move around, when they can do things, they can out dance you, so to speak. Really, it feels like it's just been Skorpions in control of the map with the tanks they've picked, and as a result, they've been in control of the series so far in Ghost Town. You look at on the first round, they had a T100 LT versus a Bat Chat, which that's always going to win the vision game. Then you look there, 2 Bat Chats means that Goober has to play very cautiously. Once again, map control in the vision game is going to be secured by the Skorpions with just their tank lineup.
Who was your MVP so far, Kev? Probably from the Skorpions. Who are we looking at?
Probably Aussie, in all honesty. So just for the sustained performance, but Russian definitely chipping in with some good performances as well in the T100 LT, and obviously that monstrous 4.6k in a Bat Chat. I'm never going to be complaining.
Talking about not complaining, Alienware is giving away a laptop, an X15 laptop, for our season MVP at the end of the season. So if they're watching, already, you know, if you take some info there for, I don't know who gets to pick it. Do I get to pick it? Hopefully not. I'm sure that there's a more scientific and accurate method than who Sandman gets to pick. But nevertheless, yeah, it's a pretty cool prize. And, you know, we'll see who can get up there on top of week 1. Exclamation mark Alienware in chat to find out more about how they're supporting ANZPL Season 3. But talk us through this one, Kev. It was pretty brawly in here, and I think there were moments during this where Elfish Guy was a little bit scared for the Skorpions.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple. I just thought, again, that there was a few too many bounces starting to come through, which, to be fair, you know, you're against heavy tanks. It's going to happen. You can't really fault it too hard, but in a format like this, where every single shot really matters, 1 or 2 can really make the difference. It can be the difference between that tank that you were about to kill getting 1 more shot out, and then maybe the tank that he kills doesn't get the extra shot out. And so that can really start to compound and be a bit of a butterfly effect. And I think maybe, you know, Skorpions will look back at that one and say, you know what, maybe we could have done a little bit better. End of the day, you know, they do win. So, like, whatever, it's not a big deal. But it is something that you can just have a bit of a chat out going into the training room, say, got to pen your shots. I think
Yeah.
that's the old takeaway when it comes to World of Tanks. That's the TLDR.
Pen your shots and become the highest rated penner in the game and win a 27-inch monitor thanks to Alienware. But seriously, I guess maybe they were a little bit fortunate going up against the Panthers. If you'd gone up against the Matildas or the Sentinels in week number 1, maybe that result is different. But we haven't sealed the deal just yet. We head to Prokhorovka. This one, a pick of the Panthers. Can they bring this back and take us to the tiebreaker?
Jordan, what is that? What is that tank JT is driving?
Well, what about the one that Russian's driving?
What is going on? There's got to be a strategy here, because never in my life was I going to think I would see a tier 10 Chinese light tank on the WZ-132.
Well, okay. Well, I can say JT has been sliding into my DMs, as he usually does. He's a big fan of me. Not to pat myself on the back, but that's all that he really talks about. Anyway, he has been saying, keep an eye on the defense of Prok, because they had something up their sleeve, and I suppose this is what they've got. I am very interested indeed to see what it is going to be. A couple of WZ-132. Look, it's good. You can drive fast. You can do a lot of damage with the alpha of the Chinese light. So able to take control of the entire entire eastern flank of the map, working in unison, Russian and JT. I'm interested to see how this one does turn out. I think a lot of this is going to come down to some of that.
Oh, how does Lightning get spotted by the 60 TP there? And the T100 LT, the tracking shot comes forward as well.
Wow, he's cooked.
And he's dead. And that just means the vision control is going to be firmly in the favor of Skorpions afterwards, considering they've got the two WZ-132-1s rotating around, ready to do huge DPM with their guns. But it's going to be the Super Conks that's going to be dumped down at the back, and Twit's going to be in a lot of trouble. I think this is going to be 3-0 over here, Jordan. Panthers just down too much HP early on.
Certainly seems to be that way. I would be interested to see what kind of equipment Knight was running in that 60 TP. Regardless, that might be a question for another day, because the push is on, and it's the Super Conquerors to defend. Goober is actually the one leading the charge, interestingly enough. Not something you'd normally see out of a bat chat, and he will indeed be the focus of fire. Should go down in a moment's notice. Aussie just about to come off the reload. The VZ-55s and the bat chat, not enough DPM to finish that Super Conqueror off. And now, all of a sudden, Kev, it's that exact same thing you were talking about. The VZ-55. It looks so fantastic when you dump 1,000 damage down right off the bat. But then you think, what if I was in a Super Conqueror when you're on the reload? And that's exactly the case right here. Benny, he's going to be able to finish off Dastardly in just a second. And JS, well, he won't be lasting much longer at all. The WZ-132s, they do come through for the victory lap as well. How on earth has this worked? What on earth have they been cooking up in the lab? I don't know, but hey, there you go, Skorpions. They're going to win the series.
Speechless, and honestly, in terms of how they managed to take this victory, obviously the huge component there was a T100 LT gets outspotted by a 60 TP. I have to emphasize that so much. How does that happen on Prokhorovka?
I don't know, Kev. You tell me, how does that happen? You've got the 60 TP sitting in the middle of the field. You got the Chinese heavies going, round the outside, and then you've got two Super Conquerors. They're like, hold the line, hold, and then just boom, everyone dies. That's pretty much
it.
I think that's pretty much how it went. But yeah, look, sometimes I wonder what JT is cooking up at home, but clearly it's strats. So I'll give him that one. That was interesting, and I'd love to get the breakdown later on in the week. But Jordan, it worked, and they pick up the victory 3-0, which gets them the 3-point win as well. And a great start to the season. Love to see it if you're a Skorps fan.
Yeah, most definitely. Aussie having another really solid performance. So, gets a little nod in again for the MVP star. I really appreciated that first shot coming through as well. I think from Knight in that 60 TP onto the T100 LT, you just look at it and it just boomed him. I mean, poor old Lightning Man didn't really get the opportunity to play that game. He got 920 damage out. Credit to him, because he's playing it from 1 HP, essentially. I'm kind of astonished as to how well that's actually worked for Skorpions. But back to the drawing board, I suppose, for the Panthers, as they obviously have to focus in now on next week.
Yeah, they certainly will. Kev, you did say I'd love to see what was sitting on that 60 TP, and something we probably haven't really touched on all that much tonight is the changes that have been made to World of Tanks since we last ran a season, things like field modifications and stuff like that. It's going to be some small changes, things that perhaps weren't available to us in Season 2, perhaps that we're going to see this season.
Yeah, very little like percentage changes to make and enhance a couple of the vehicles. So it might make, say, for example, a T100 LT, you give up some view range for camouflage, which you've got fantastic view range already in the T100 LT, so you might want the extra percentage in camouflage. Doesn't help in this instance, obviously, because I'm still a bit lost for words. Honestly, how the T100 LT got spotted out, and that's one of the questions I think I'll be asking for quite a while, and I think Lightning Man will also be asking how that happened, because it would be a completely different story if the Panthers were able to slip down the line. Nevertheless, bygones be bygones. Obviously, well played from the Skorpions. I'm still a little bit in shock as well. WZ1321 is going to be back in meta. Absolutely not. Still, that's it is a strange
why were they there,
tank.
Kev? Can you tell me why they were there?
I honestly don't know, because it's the advantages of having a WZ1321 is you've got some good alpha, you've got at least serviceable DPM and turret armor, and obviously you've got the light tank characteristics, but outside of that, it's everything bad about a Chinese tank effectively is part of it. You've got weak modules, you've got terrible gun depression, DPM for a light tank isn't really there as well. So I'm not too certain. And realistically, it's one of those tanks that I've never really played until the WZ132. So obviously this is the players will probably have to tell me why they brought it in, because I'm a bit bamboozled myself.
We've got no idea. Let's be real. So I guess we'll find out later. And we'll see whether they bring it out again. I don't know. But nevertheless, the Skorps with a victory. We're going to head back in one more time. Can they pick up the 4-0? Can the Panthers pick themselves up a consolation map here on Prokhorovka? Let's see what they've got in store.
I suppose so far it has been ANZPL, let's 3-1, let's 3-2. So we actually haven't had the 4-0 so far. Looks like we might be on the cards for it in this game. I think Kev Skorpions have looked that little bit better than Panthers. A bit more back to standard fare for the Skorpions, though they do have a Leopard 1 out here for Knight, which is, you know, not something you see every day, but it is something that crops up every now and then, especially on these maps like Prokhorovka, like Sand River, where you've got really nice long-range angles. You get that sniper tank out and just really pump out the damage. T100 LT, again, seems to be a favorite for Russian. He's picked it up. And the rest of the lads rolling out in a little bit more of the standard fare. Again, a VZ coming through, or two, for the Panthers. Big fans of that one, it seems.
I had a couple of fans of the Czech heavy, so I mean, it's we talked about it earlier, and we talked a lot maybe about the disadvantages, but as well as some of the positives. But I also think the gun handling stats, it's one of those weird things, right, Jordan? We talk about the hard stats, what you see in the numbers, and you do the crunching as we're approaching a dump, potentially over mid. So I'll hold that thought for now, as JT might go down very quickly.
Yeah, well, he is in a Super Conqueror, so at the very least, he should be able to dump a bit of DPM out before he does drop. This is a nice, decisive push from Panthers, though, and you need to see a response from Skorpions. So far, not really a whole lot to write home about. JT's lost his ammo rack, so he's not even going to get one more shot out. The question now, though, becomes, can Panthers actually survive in this position that they've got themselves stuck in? With the two VZs in that bowl, I think there are some angles that Skorpions can use to try to fire shots in, and a lot of that is going to come down to where that T100 LT of Russian can rotate.
I mean, this is a smart rotation coming out from the Panthers as well. Get underneath the rolling hills, make sure that you're using the hold downs. You know where some of these 277 shot from, and you can see the 277's trying to dump in, but Lightning Man, I think, has spotted out that position, and as a result, Aussie is going to be bleeding out quite a little bit, especially if you do decide to double push. Goober actually, though, doesn't double push, just goes straight in for the fight, and he's going to be revealed.
Aussie, another ammo rack onto another Skorpions player. He doesn't have a repair kit, not that it would have helped him at all. Low HP now for JS, 319, but Benny is isolated in a 1-on-4. Knight is going to try and do what he can to farm across the entirety of Prokhorovka, but the angles aren't going to be too easy for him. As long as Lightning Man, for example, stays low, Benny really has nowhere to go, and so he'll be finished off in the end as well. So I guess We might well see that storyline continue where we're not quite going to get a 4-0. This one is definitely shaping up to be a 3-1.
Yeah, Leopard 1 as well as the T1 and LT left alive. And look, in a normal scenario where maybe Lightning Man is down low on HP, you'd be giving Skorpions a bit more of a chance. But considering that Lightning Man is full HP, ready to kind of commit and spot out a couple of extra tanks, that's always going to be a difficult scenario for Skorpions to come back into this. Considering the Leopard 1 doesn't really have the armor that it needs. He's trying to get on top of the hill, but Lightning Man will spot him out. Will pat himself on the back and maybe make himself a bit of a hot chocolate later on tonight. At least he gets one round victory for the team.
Yeah, Knight having been spotted out now as well, really doesn't have too many options. Nowhere really to go that's safe up there. Cops a couple on the cross into the bowl, but Lightning Man is on the move in his own T100 LT, so he'll be looking for the push up the hill, which will eventually dislodge Skorpions. I mean, it's a nice final attempt from them, isn't it? But I don't think that Knight and Russian are going to be able to get this one done. Goober surviving on 25 HP, a bit unfortunate for the Skorpions. May have made a difference, probably wouldn't have. I think in the end, the initial setup from Skorpions, you just look at that and say, well, the tanks were a bit too isolated. Obviously, JT in particular, that was the one that Panthers recognized was really the opportunity to break the game open, and so they did.
We're just going to see the T1 and LTs just have a bit of a swing at each other, but Russian did manage to get the first shot off. So it does come down to a bit of RNG over here in this one-on-one on who's going to get the better rolls and who maybe gets a bit of extra module damage. So far it looks pretty even. Now Twit's come across to crash the party. Lightning wants to farm some more fantasy points, so
does Russian.
Yeah, but I think Lightning should be able to get this kill. Respect the one-on-one? Absolutely not. Twit will get the kill.
There we go. So the Panthers able to bring one back. So congrats to them. Good to see them finding a victory on the board. And I'll be honest, guys, yeah, the Skorps come out with the win, but that wasn't necessarily as one-sided as I thought it would be. There were moments there where they were a little bit up in the air. And if you look back to the start of season 1 or season 2, I think there were a lot of games that probably were far more one-sided than that. So for the Perth Panthers, they're going to start off the season without a victory. They do find a map win, however. And look, to be fair, the Skorpions are a pretty tough week 1 opponent to go up against, if we're perfectly honest here.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Because like I said, it's a team that's structured, it's a team that's well practiced, and you can already see just they have these plans, they know what they want to be doing. I do like how, however, that the Perth Panthers, they're taking the initiative to go take a couple of fights. They're not showing the fear of dumping in. They're not showing the fear of trying something. And this is definitely going to help for later seasons, I think, Sandman, because when you try something and it doesn't work in an actual and official match, then you know what to refine and what to bring to you next week. Yeah. And you can always tweak and improve it. So this is not necessarily an indication of the Perth Panthers we're going to see in 2 or 3 weeks. And I'm hoping they level up their game. I've got a couple of favorites on that team, of course. But also, kudos to Skorpions as well. Taking the victory today, we can't understate how well they're playing tonight, and they deserve the victory every single day of the week.
Yeah, I think the Skorpions certainly are spending a lot of time on this, as we would hope to see. So, a good result for them, a good start to the season. They're going to get 3 points for the win, coming up with a full win rather than that tiebreaker win like we saw earlier for the Matildas. And for the Panthers, they get to go away, a game they'll probably weren't going to win anyway. Like, even if you go up against them in a few weeks, the Skorpions are probably going to be in a pretty good spot. So, you know, they get to try things out and see how they go. But what was this strat, Elfish Guy? Was it the Skorpions? What did they come in with here? Was there an expectation that this should work for them, or was it really just about, you know, the Panthers had a bit of a better plan?
I just think they weren't expecting Panthers to dump over, and even if they were, they weren't expecting it to happen that quickly. They just didn't seem to be set up in the firing positions that they needed to be. It initially doesn't look like a bad setup, right? Those 2 7-7s, the Leopard 1 should probably all have shots on the tanks that are dumping over mid. JT in a Super Conqueror, like I said during the cast, you know, he should be able to get 2, 3, 4 maybe shots out in that Super Conq before he does eventually drop as well, if he's going to drop. So I think maybe Panthers just caught Skorpions a little bit unawares. Maybe a couple of the shots that Skorpions fired through there didn't hit the mark that they needed to. And obviously Panthers found a nice timing. I think that's really what it comes down to. They were decisive. They've got a good timing. They had a call. They made a call. They followed the call, and they made it work. And sometimes that's all it comes down to. And
Yeah, I think that's half the battle sometimes. So kudos to the Panthers for picking that one up at the end. Any last final thoughts about that game, Kev?
Not much. I think that was definitely just a case of let's minimize a lot of the let's minimize a lot of the risk. Let's just take a brawl and actually use the VZ55s the way that they're designed to. Just you go in and you can absolutely murk a target, and that's what we saw.
Yeah, I all big agrees there, Kev. So far 3 from 3, some 3 pretty good matches. Look, maybe my pick for game number 1 wasn't so good, but the other 2 have gone okay. Hope you're all enjoying yourselves. If you like what we're seeing here, !ANZBL in chat. I think sign-ups for the season of B League, I don't know what the B stands for. I think it's maybe better because they're the better players. Kicks off tonight. Certainly better casters. I'll give them that much than what we've got here. But sign-ups ends tonight. I think 3 players from ANZBL last season made it into ANZPL this season. So certainly a great way to get some games under your belt and make your way through. So if you're keen and you want to make that happen, I'll definitely check that one out. For us, we're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, our final match of the night is the Brisbane Bulldogs up against the ActionX. You almost baited me there, Kev, what you've said like 10 times
Centurion
so far.
ActionX.
Yeah, every time, Kev, like every time, I'm going to blame on him. We'll take a break. We'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, Tanker. The World of Tanks referral program has been updated. It gives an opportunity to teach a new player the game's basics. And also earned bonds, medals, inscriptions, a unique style, and much more. And the main reward is one of the premium vehicles from the updated list. It's easy to obtain all this. To become a commander, you have to have played at least 600 battles. If you have this amount or more, then go ahead and get your referral link via the game's portal. Log into your profile on the website, select Community, then click Refer a Friend. Or you can go to the referral program window right in the garage, become a commander, and invite recruits. You have 2 slots for them. To invite a friend, share the link to the referral program via social networks, or copy it and send it to your fellow tanker, whichever way is convenient. You can recruit either a new player or an old player with 200 battles or fewer, or if they haven't played any battles over the last 60 days. It's also important for the player to not have been a recruit or commander. To join the program, the recruit needs to follow the link the commander sent them. The recruit card will appear in the commander's RP window. That means you entered into a contract. The contract consists of 6 successive stages. To complete each one, the commander and the recruit must earn 250 referral points. The total is 1,500 points for all stages. To earn points, play random battles and complete special missions. There are 2 types of missions, individual ones for the recruit, and platoon ones for the recruit and commander. Missions of different types are completed simultaneously. If the recruit plays in a platoon with the commander, they complete both individual and platoon missions. The commander doesn't have individual missions. They only need to play with the recruit. If there's no such opportunity, it's all right. Recruits can still finish the contract by completing their missions. The mission conditions are simple. While playing alone, the recruit has to cause damage higher than the durability of their own vehicle, win a battle, receive at least 1 medal from the list. The more medals for the battle, the more points they will receive. The platoon missions are quite similar. Cause at least 3,000 damage in a platoon. Play at least 5 battles together in vehicles of any tier. Earn the Crucial Contribution or Brothers-in-Arms achievement. Also, be among the top 12 players on your team by experience earned. To complete individual missions, only the recruit has to be among the top players, and both players have to be in the top for platoon missions. You can earn no more than 100 points per day. During the referral program, the recruit receives a bonus to experience and credits earned in battle. The commander receives these rewards for playing battles in a platoon with the recruit. Also, when playing together, you will receive twice as many points for completing individual missions. You receive bonds, medals, emblems, a unique style, and a premium vehicle of choice for completing all stages. The commander will also receive a badge. The recruit can choose among Tier 6 to 7 vehicles or receive a fixed credit compensation. The commander can choose from one of the Tier 8 premium vehicles or receive credits. A new period in the referral program starts every 120 days. For the new period, the commander can invite 2 new recruits. At the beginning of a new season, the progress of the current contracts is saved and reworked to satisfy the new rules if they have been changed. And the list of reward vehicles is updated with new vehicles for both recruits and commanders. Sometimes you might need to break your referral contract. Both the commander and recruit can do this at any time. Right-click the recruit card and select Terminate the Contract. If there was no progress for the contract, the commander will receive 1 vacant slot. But if at least 1 stage was completed, this slot disappears. As a result, all contract progress is lost and can't be restored. The contract not only brings opportunity, but also responsibility. Take part in the new referral program. Invite friends, receive bonuses, grab valuable rewards, and try out your new vehicles. To battle, Commander.
Hello and welcome back. It is ANZPL, first day of season number 3. Been a bunch of changes between season 2 and season 3. We went from 7 minutes to 8 minutes. We went from let's 2-2 to, hey, we've got a tiebreaker every day. I'm here every broadcast. I don't know if that's a negative or a positive for everyone playing along at home, but the games not have been fantastic. I want to say, I kind of feel Elfish Guy, this is probably been the best week 1 matches that we've had so far, and I kind of feel that's probably because of some of the changes that we've seen to the format.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think this has been the most exciting first week of competition, not only because of the changes, but also because I feel like the gap is closing a little bit between the top and the bottom,
Yeah.
right? No longer do we have these so obviously one-sided games. Some of them have been, like obvious wins. For example, that previous one, Skorpions, definitely the better team than the Panthers 3-1. You can't really say much against that. But there was moments where you thought, you know what, Panthers are kind of challenging this. We're not having these massive one-sided sweeps every single round. You're saying 4-0 from, the first round. So, yeah, that's much better. That's much more exciting. And I think you're right. I think it's been a good start to the season. Talking
about good starts to the season, look at Elfish Guy, 3 ticks in a row. We didn't get a chance to take a look at... I just want to look at a random round on this caster prediction sheet. I'm going to take a look at round number 2. Elfish Guy win, Sandman win, Kev lose. Okay, so we didn't get to look at that earlier, so I just wanted to point that out. But so far, so good for you, Jordan. So you're going to win. You're going to come out on top tonight, all right? Because you've already got the 3. If the Bulldogs end up in the bin, which would be a surprise, but definitely not out of the realms of possibility knowing Madhouse, then yeah, it doesn't matter because you've beaten Kev and I. But so far, so good. Not bad, not bad.
I'm gunning for the perfect day, to be honest. I think this one, obviously I've predicted Bulldogs, so I guess I think Bulldogs is going to win. Are there any reasons for that? Well, I mean, probably a bunch. I think that Bulldogs having no roster changes is a big asset to them, to be honest, Ben. Coming through from last season, second place. I think the expectation very much should be that they should at least get second place again because they haven't made any roster changes. They haven't weakened their team. A few teams have maybe made some upgrades in a sense, but are they enough to overtake where the Bulldogs sit right now on paper? I don't necessarily think so. I think Bulldogs kind of made their upgrades last season. They're happy with what they've got, and now they're starting to really look like a strong, solid side. I feel like Madhouse really started to find his feet towards the later stages of that season, that being his first foray into the 5v5
It felt
format.
like it took him a while, right, to get into the swing of things. Yeah. But by the time it did, he had a pretty ripper end to the year.
Yeah, definitely. And that was sort of what jumped him up the fantasy standings quite substantially as well. I think he ended up in 7th place overall after being literally in the bin for a couple of weeks. Dark was really consistent across the board. I thought, maybe I underrated him quite substantially last season, but he ended up actually being the number 1 rated player at the end of the season. So, got to give him credit as well. He started off phenomenally in week 1 and, I think he sort of slowed down to an extent, but he was still able to put up the numbers that you really expect from someone in a position like what he was playing. And so can't really complain about it. The rest of the lads as well sort of chiming in here and there and able to bring across a really, really solid result for the Bulldogs. But I think they're kind of hungry for more. I think they definitely want to look for that top placing this time around.
Yeah, look, you said they got second last season. They should be able to get second this season. Is that something that you would agree with, Kev? I kind of felt like certainly they did well at the end of last season, but it took them a while to get going, and then they did make their way through the grand final, but probably were outclassed by the Sentinels in the end on the stage, when push came to shove. What are your expectations for this lineup for the year?
I mean, that grand finals was fantastic, right? I think the Bulldogs were maybe outshone a little bit in terms of the clutch factor, potentially, but I think they also showed themselves to be a championship quality team at the same time. So I honestly think that they need to be in the finals again. They've got the caliber of players. They've got the teamwork there. They know what they need to work on to improve. So theoretically, I'll put them in the same ship as a team like Skorpions. You've got the same lineup. Yeah. You need to do... I won't say better, right? I think you need to hit that level of consistency. So I think the regular season, what their goal should be is what their final couple of weeks look like. cohesion, great teamwork, individuals peaking at the right time. If they can sustain that effort through the entire season, we'll probably see them in playoffs once again.
All right, their opponents for tonight, the Adelaide ActionX. I'll go back to you, Kev, because the Elfish guy spoke for like 30 minutes at the start there about the Bulldogs. So ActionX, 7th in Season 1, 5th in Season 2, just outside the top 4 and a chance to make it through to playoffs. Is Season 3, could this be their season?
Yeah, absolutely. I would argue that even in Season 2, that they had a really good chance of making their way into playoffs. They had a great start to the Season 2, but unfortunately it kind of petered out to a bit of a mediocre finish. And I think the key round that always comes to my mind is that Himmelsdorf one, where it was a couple of risky and poor decisions, I would argue, that costed them potentially a season run at the finals. So they've learnt from that experience. For a lot of them, it was their first season inside ANZPL. They're only going to come out stronger. They've got a couple of seasoned vets in the league now, with Zanin coming into the equation. Obviously, Captain Cows has played the game for a long time. Even Valheru, that's a huge name to come back into it. What can I say? It's good. It's good.
While we're here, I just want to go through like all the little logos beneath all of these teams, right? So, obviously they mean things in respect to what they are in tanks. So the ship's anchor, obviously that means that you're the captain, because the captain of the ship would tell you when to anchor. And then you look at CJ, and he's got a light bulb and 2 balls. So he's a spotter with big balls, so big plays.
Okay.
Zanin.
Are you sure you don't want me to stop you here, Ben? Or
Zanin has the arm. What could the arm mean? What do you think that the arm means? It's not about carrying or anything like that.
His right arm is a lot stronger than his left arm. Is that where we're going with this one, Ben?
So he's an aim player because that's your right arm on the mouse is an aim player. So I hope that was useful for everyone playing along at home. If you think I'm wrong, feel free to let me know in chat. But that's what I took away from that one. Anyway, let's take a look at our maps. Mine's for the Bulldogs, Tundra. Coming out the first time we're going to see Tundra in ANZ PL ever. The pick of the ActionX. And we get to the tiebreaker, we get to see mines again, because that's how it works. What do you think? Big brain plays here, Kev, picking Tundra in week number 1?
I do like the music in Tundra. I think that's the first thing I want to say. And I do like it as well. Might as well embrace the fact that the meta is going to be changing around a little bit. But before we get to Tundra, I think we have to jump onto mines, which we've seen a couple of times already today, Ben. We're going to see it again.
We're going to see it again. We might even see it 2 more times. We'll have to wait and see. But the Bulldogs have picked it. They had a great season number 2. And season 3, could this be their season? Well, let's see if they can get a 3-0 or 4-0 tonight and 3 points on the board, because that's the start that both these teams are looking for.
It is indeed time to find out. Zanin making an appearance here for ActionX, coming through, of course, from that North Sydney Sentinels roster last season. So a bit of a step down in terms of the teams, I think it's fair to say, but maybe he can have an impact, and hopefully he will be able to, because it doesn't seem that Eugene is going to be in a good spot to do so. He's already been lit on fire, down to just about 400 HP on the cross. CJ got absolutely booked as well, and even then, Eugene getting tagged one more time. Just to make matters worse, he's finished off as well by the VZ55 of Cold the Wise. So first blood in this matchup going to Bulldogs.
Yeah, that's not going to be very advantageous. Even though they've got a pretty solid position maybe to dig out AVP, it's still going to be so hard to even do anything with the rest of the map. You can't re-push considering that you've lost so much HP. You've lost one of your 277s, which is your brute spearhead. And sure, Zanin can rotate maybe a little bit with Mr. Shanky Pants over there, but you might be a bit cranky because he's not in the right position really to do any damage over here, Jordan.
Yeah. It's a very, very unfortunate start to the season for ActionX. Having to play out a 4-on-5, really, essentially. And, I mean, AVP's copping a little bit back in response, but where are the avenues of attack for ActionX at this point in time? I mean, Madhouse gets to do whatever he wants in the bat chat, and so he's rotating around the map, starting to get himself into position. There isn't really a playmaking tank right now for ActionX. You could argue maybe the CS63. Obviously a bit of mobility there. But end of the day, Zannon's kind of stuck in the middle here as well. He's not going to go anywhere without getting spotted.
So, potentially what they can do is, with the tanks, they group up with the VZs because, don't know if Shanky Pants has been spotted out, but what you can do is group up the VZs because Colin's been hidden over there at B2 the entire time. He's not going to be lit. You bring him back, you bring the CS back over into C4, C5, you decide to make a bit of a re-push in the meantime. Because CJ obviously is just having a bit of a crack. There's just shots being exchanged left, right, and center at this point. But already Bulldogs just isolating any possibility of that. Dark is using that 7 degrees of gun depression over the side just to spot things out. Xanon also chipping away AVP's health. This Super Conk is dead, so it should be a 4-on-4, but the HP advantage is still so heavily in the favor of the Bulldogs, even if the Super Conk goes down.
Yeah, I would kind of like to see Bulldogs push the issue a little bit here. Just because, as you say, if AVP does eventually drop, we're back to a 4-on-4, and then maybe something is salvageable for ActionX from that point in time. While you have the advantage, while you have that extra gun in the game, I think there are avenues of attack here for Bulldogs, and we're sort of starting to see a bit of that bleed coming through. Dark tries to take a fight against Colin and Shanky Pants, gets one tag in, receives one tag. I think an exchange of 1-for-1 damage at this point in time is totally fine for Bulldogs.
More important information as well, isn't it, Jordan? Because even if you do cop one, it's like, well, now you know where the 2 VZs are. So you go, okay, they're not in a position that we're not expecting. We can just hold what we have right now. We've got Madhouse in the bat chat, who I think is getting a little bit bored over here. So he's making a bit of a run to kill CJ to keep AVP alive in this game. Just needs to be cautious because obviously he's been spotted out by the CS and something's been hurt, but he's alive. His cupola was hit by the CS and he didn't take any damage.
Well, and this is kind of what I was saying. Like, I think, Madhouse probably does need to sort of make a push here. He's in the bat chat. He can make a real difference. He can isolate tanks. And someone kind of had to do it for Bulldogs. Otherwise, the game, they're on the defense, was kind of going to peter out. But you've got this massive advantage. You may as well start to just try to clean things up and really put that extra pressure on ActionX. Make them think about things heading into the second round in this series. Because by rights, this should never go the way of ActionX after that initial kill goes across, and Bulldogs are doing a good job of ensuring that. It's been a pretty slow and methodical defensive side, though, I will say that much.
Yeah, and now they have to group up, and this is the move that I wanted to see a little bit earlier on, but now this is kind of more of a last-ditch effort to try to maybe break something and force a couple of fights. You got your double VZ that can obviously dump in and do a lot of damage, but this is going to give time for Cole to set up appropriately alongside with Gravity for the crossfire.
Yeah, a bit of a move being made as well by the rest of the tanks for the Bulldogs, trying to wrap in, around, and behind if necessary for that bat chat in particular, as well as the 113. Dark is dumped off of mid. Xanon and Colin are going to get absolutely farmed on the push-up here. And really, it's just a question of who is going to be getting all of those fantasy points. Is it going to be Dark? Is it going to be Ravi, AVP? I think Madhouse is probably a little bit late to the party to grab the lion's share of the damage here. The VZ55 coming off the reload. A little bit more goes over the way of Cold, and maybe I spoke too soon because Madhouse does arrive to fire a couple more shots off here. If he doesn't miss, AVP does drop, so he won't be getting anything up there on the survivability rating, but Madhouse does finish the kill off in the end, and so too does the Bulldogs finish off the first round. Solid win on the defense. It never really looked like there was a point in time where that was going to go the way of ActionX.
No, that was pretty convincing. One of the more convincing victories I think we've actually seen so far today. At no point really during any of that did it look like the Bulldogs didn't have control of that game. So great play from them, as to be expected, to be fair, starting off on the defending side of their own map. Were there any takeaways from you there, Kev? Was there anything from the ActionX that you liked, or was it you lose one tank, it's essentially 4v5, and then from there it's a pretty rough ride?
I think it's always the context of where you lose the tank, and in this case over here, the second 277 would have been absolutely influential for Adelaide ActionX to hold on to that island position, to actually place pressure, and eventually you can force a bit of a rotate and retake back into mid with the 277s being alive. If you lose one and your second one gets tagged very heavily, the threat isn't as potent. So, unfortunately, Eugene, he gets one shot off, but he gets set on fire. Like, all the bad RNG happens, because when you get set on fire, your modules get hurt, your modules get damaged, potentially your engine gets knocked out, which means you go a bit slower, so it means you caught more shots. It's just this cascading effect, which just compounds. It's like that 2 or 3%, unfortunately, happens in the first shot, and it may just very much cost you the game a lot of the time, especially when you're getting into position, and that's what we saw, unfortunately, for Adelaide ActionX.
Yeah, you take a look at those results, the damage that they dealt, you can see there really was not that much. He's sitting there, feels bad, goes down. Only 1 minute into the game as well. And even there, CJ's in a pretty rough spot as well. Madhouse, he's on my fantasy league team. I think he came second highest this time around. Was hoping for a little bit better, to be perfectly honest. But any other takeaways for you, Jordan?
Yeah, not really. I mean, a nice snipe in there from Cold the Wise to finish off that initial kill all the way from mid in the BZ55, so credit where it's due. I mean, I think, yeah, it's pretty much within the expectation, right? Dark, top of damage charts, Madhouse second there, and the rest of the guys really just supporting quite nicely. It's pretty much the expectation from what we saw through from Season 2 of the Bulldogs, and that has sort of followed suit into Season 3, which you have to say is not a bad thing at all by any stretch of the imagination for Bulldogs here, because if they continue to maintain that same form, well, at the very least, they're going to make it to the finals. They probably need to step up if they're going to beat Sentinels in the grand finals, but hey, at least you have to get there first. So happy with what I'm seeing so far for Bulldogs.
Yeah, definitely a better start. So, like, we're literally one battle in, okay? So let's not get too pro Bulldogs, but it did look good. It wasn't a throwaway win. It was the sort of thing that you're looking for. The question is, though, Kev, we're going to flip it around. We're going to chuck the Bulldogs on attack, and a little bit of a different kettle of fish, perhaps. I know we like to say that on mines it's probably a little bit defensive-sided. So for me, the question is, what have they got prepared on attack? What can the ActionX do? Because if the ActionX can come out here, and even if they pick up, a win on defense that isn't a convincing win, at the end of the day, doesn't really matter, particularly if you're going across to your home map. So I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole so far. And for me, it's all about now, what can the ActionX do on defense?
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it, it doesn't matter how you scavenge or scrounge up the victory. A W's a W. You'll take it any way that you can get it. If you hammer rack someone, yeah, sure, it's a couple of percent, like it's very low in percentage, but you'll take it.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for. I hope everyone's enjoying ANZ Season 3. Exclamation mark HyperX if you want to find out what our sponsor HyperX is doing for us so far this season. And HyperX, just spam it in chat if you want to try and enter our weekly competition. Sort of getting to the end of the night, your last chance to have a shot of that Alloy Origins 60% custom keyboard. But let's get into the game.
Indeed. Well, Dark, very fast into mid. Just the sole CS63, but he does have a couple of bat chats there as well. And it is interesting to note that neither of those bat chats actually went hill, Karath, because this is where, you get into that discussion about what we were saying with the Matildas and the Sentinels game. You see a faster lineup like this, you wonder where those fast tanks are going. You have to expect there's a possibility they'll be on hill, but neither of the bat chats spotted yet. So at the moment, ActionX a little unawares.
This is so intriguing. Look at where the Kronwagens are pushing. They've decided to get 2 Kronwagens on the defense, and they've actually pushed it over into the island on the 1-2 line. So not something that you normally see, and they haven't been spotted out. So, I mean, the bat chat's, I think, going to be primed for a push into the 2 flag by the looks of things. But you need something supporting it. You can't just push in just on a couple of bat chats. They're going to lose to the Super Conks. You need a battering force. You need, at the very least, a Super Conk. Maybe even the BZ55 making a bit of a move. Obviously, Dark can offer some suppressing fire.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Okay, they're just
a
leaving...
bit interested to see how this works out because, yeah, as you say, they're going to leave Madhouse on the cap here, which is not the worst of positions to be in all honesty. Like, they've got control of the hill. You very rarely actually see one flag pushes on mines, but this little house is perfectly placed to sit a little small tank behind, and that's exactly where Madhouse is going to be.
There's a position to reset it, which is very safe, and you can see Shanky Pants, even though he's going to be spotted, it means that he's still going to bleed out at the end of the day. So, I mean, he can get the resetting shot. You know exactly where the bat chat is on this cap. You just got to go a little bit closer to get the reset. And because you don't really have the tanks to get the reset at this point in time, you can't do much. As Cold gets... Eugene is hating life right now. He's been ignited twice, Jordan. Twice in 2 games.
That's super Conqueror life, though, for you, I suppose. Yeah, and he probably is having a bit of a rough one. But to be fair, ActionX kind of get what they want out of that. They force the rotation across from ActionX. It forces a couple of tanks to get lit. And now those guys on the hill have got firing lines. And they're starting to put that damage across. So, again, Madhouse will just probe the cap here. See if he can force the push out. Slowly but surely, Bulldogs are eking out advantages.
That said, Janky Pants does manage to put a few into Madhouse at the same time. So that's what I mean. It looks like it's a cool position, and it feels like the AMX 50B is really exposed to a couple of threats. But what you really need is another heavy tank to come down the line to cover off that little corner that Shanky Pants can actually use. He's just going to opt to stay there for now, and obviously keep eyes on AVP, so AVP cannot peek onto the Super Conks. But we really need Cold to maybe make a bit of a move right now with that VZ. You can see he's starting to rotate across Madhouse, decides to take matters in his own hand and actually exchange a few shots with the 50 beat. Still plenty of time left on the clock at the moment, Jordan.
Yeah, I kind of find it interesting that Bulldogs is keeping Ravi in the back pocket there. He's sitting at E0. He's been pretty much there the entire round. Hasn't been spotted still, and he's just waiting patiently to see what's going to happen. Ultimately, what I think is actually the end game here for Bulldogs is once they bleed enough damage out, those bat chats are just going to send it and see if they can clean up a couple of tanks. And that's kind of why they're keeping Ravi back there, ready to go when necessary. 4 minutes still left on the clock, as you say, so lots of time. But it's been quite a slow game from Bulldogs, both on the defense and now on the attack. They're not really over-pushing anything.
But Dark's just made this move at the correct time. He's just spotted out the Kronwagens leaving. He knows exactly where both Kronwagens are at this stage, and Colin was sitting there waiting for the push for so long, but this is an advantage as having just a turbocharger and just being able to send it. Now the Kronwagen's going, hang on a second, we're in a crossfire. We need to focus our attention somewhere. If you decide to go after the CS, guess what? Dark just decides to go on the accelerator and just fang it away from there. Reset's going to come out onto the cap once again, but that is not a good trade for Shanky Pants. He cops a lot more for just a single shot into Madhouse, and there's still 3.5 minutes left.
Yeah, Madhouse goes on to the reload, so he won't be taking too much more of a part in this game for the next 30 seconds or so, but of course, he can still put that cap pressure on. Dark still in the perfect position, though. He is lit, and you are going to be seeing the push coming across from the Kronwagens, and that is where now ActionX feel as though they've got the opportunity, or at least that's going to be their last-ditch attempt. If we can catch the CS63, maybe we can do something. Of course, though, as you say, Dark, quite nimble, just moves himself back to safety at the E2 position. And not a whole lot, I think, that CJ can really do about it. However, there is an angle being found by the other Kronwagen. That is Colin, but he left himself open to a few counter shots coming through from the Bulldogs.
Yeah, at the end, it's just Cole dumps off and he decides just to put 2 from the VZ in. So sure, you're going to get a few shots into Dark, but this is just, oh man, look at the HP difference. Another tank goes down, Ravi finally makes a presence, and this is where the push comes in now. They've got double the HP, and Adelaide ActionX, what can they do? The full HP Kronwagen's on the other side, and Ravi is just going to run circles right now against some of the Super Kongs, and Eugene obviously split out earlier on. This has been I would say, a clean 2-0. And it is a clean 2-0 for Bulldogs starting off on their own map pick.
Yeah, very clean indeed. CJ is locked in a rather interesting battle against Dark and Cold. He won't be very happy about it, and he won't survive too much longer either. Cold just about to come off of the reload. Will get the kill eventually. And Bulldogs do secure the 2-0. Very convincing fashion from them so far today. Ben, got to be happy with that.
Yeah, they would be stoked so far. Methodical is the word that comes to mind to me for that victory. You can say, hey, yeah, defensive side, let's go. But on attack, they knew what they were doing. It looked good. It looked clean. I don't even think they lost a tank there in the end as well. So great start for the Brisbane Bulldogs. They'll be 2-0 up in this particular match. I don't know. I don't think this is going to go to a tiebreaker tonight. We'll have to wait and see. But that was particularly impressive. Great work from them. We take a look at our stats. Pretty reasonably well shared damage there, to be perfectly honest, across the board for the Bulldogs.
Can't complain about it. Yeah, I mean, sorry, Jordan. I can't complain about how you're sharing the damage because it means that the entire team is contributing, doesn't it?
Yep. That's what it was. What do we think about the strat? What was that there? They managed to get the high ground. They had the bat chat with Madhouse there on the cap, and at that point, I guess the defensive side, the ActionX, are kind of forced to make a play, but they don't have the control to make the play. Like, talk us through from your perspective, Kev. What did you see in that battle?
I feel like the Kronwagens, they got very unlucky with timing a lot of the time, but that's also the risk that you take when you bring the double Swedish autoloaders in. They're fantastic for burst damage, and obviously we've seen their strength when they can take kill, when they can get into these hold down positions, but their weakness is in rotation. They are, by its nature, very, very slow vehicles. You can see that they're just caught out. They're not in the fight a lot of the time. They're on the wrong side, the wrong position. By the time they finally make a move, then Dark, because he's such a much more nimble and faster tank, can get the flank around, and slowly and steadily Adelaide ActionX are just choked out of being able to play the game. I think also the bait coming out from Madhouse as well, it takes down the 50B, where it puts Shanky Pants. Like, I don't think it should have been for the 50B to get the resets, but he is the only tank that can actually rotate and get the resets, because the Crown Bargains, like I said, not fast enough. Super Conks cannot make that trip without getting punished for at least 1,000 HP. He's the only tank, and honestly, you don't want a 50B's duty to be on reset duty. You want him to be on cleanup duty. So, don't know if Jordan wants to add anything to that as well, but it's very much a case of, I feel like the Crown Bargain sent it to the wrong place at the beginning. It was a nice try, maybe something that Adelaide ActionX wanted to do. Unfortunately, it didn't work.
Anything else, Real Elfish Guy?
Not really too much to add. I mean, I think I agree with what you've said there, Kev. It was just a nice early control of the map taken by Bulldogs, and then they were the ones with all of the options, and they kind of forced the hand of ActionX and forced them into an awkward position. So, again, very, very methodical, like we've said, on that attack, and even, to be fair, on the defense for Bulldogs. It's good early signs this season, and, I have to raise that question once again. Is this going to be the 4-0 that we are sort of waiting to see so far in the season, right? We've had 3-1s, 3-2s, but no 4-0. I thought we were going to get it actually in that last match. Skorpions looked like they were a pretty good match for Panthers, but sort of getting the same sentiment actually here from Bulldogs up against ActionX, and I think might be about time to get a 4-0. It's
Bulldogs,
the last game of the day. So
yeah, Bulldogs looking very good right now, but the only X factor here, apart from the X in ActionX, is the fact that we're going to Tundra. Like, it's not like it's a new map, it's just new to ANZ PL. How much opportunity have the Bulldogs had to scrim this, and what do the ActionX have in store for us? They're going to need to pick up a win right now to keep themselves in this fight, but the Bulldogs are going to be starting off on defense, so that does make life tough.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to get out of Tundra. I have heard on the grapevine that the defense is a little bit more easy on Tundra, which makes a bit of sense. You got a nice amount of control of the map with that hill that you do spawn at. And can't imagine either of these cap circles are too easy to put pressure on. Already CJ gets spotted out, and already he is getting boomed. He's on fire. This is the third game in a row where ActionX have had the first tank pretty much spotted get set on fire.
Lost for words. I don't know how it happens every single time. Eugene must be going, laughing kind of in Schadenfreude a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, if you aren't going to laugh, then you're going to cry, because it's a massive loss for ActionX, particularly on their bat chat.
Yeah, especially considering that you're versing two Bat Chats and Dark and Madhouse, who are very potent players and individual players that can make pretty hard plays. How did Dark just lose 300 HP? Did he? I don't know. Anyway, he's lost a bit of HP. I don't think someone shot him. Something else must have happened, but also a Fosh B in play. Just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, Fosh B here for the Bulldogs.
Or STB might be rotating at the wrong timing. He's going to be greeted by a Bat Chat and maybe a VZ at the same time as well. Shanky Pants just once again just caught out in the middle of no man's land. Dark's going to be able to get at least a couple of shots in if he decides to go for it. But he might just wait for the VZ of Joe Atora to get in position before he does go in for a bit of action.
Yeah, you probably do leave yourself a little bit open to shots coming in from the hill if you do push this as Dark. CJ is sitting up there right now, so I don't know that Dark's going to really get too overly enthusiastic. He might get one or two actually on the exit of Shanky Pants, which is probably the ideal world here. You really have no repercussions. Has actually found himself the angle. This will be at least two, maybe a third. Probably not quite. Yeah, if he would have been a little bit more aggressive on that corner, he probably could have found actually 3 or 4. But ultimately, you'll take the 2 for free and you won't complain too much about it.
Yeah, 800 bleed for no trade whatsoever is going to be absolutely fantastic. That said, Adelaide ActionX are going to be prompted into the move over to the 1 flag instead. But this is still so hard to contain because there's no real safe pass that you can sit on the map at the end of the day on this one flag. So you need to get your super conks in some nice positions. And the question for Bulldogs is how are you going to retake this one flag? The pressures are going to start nice and early on. You don't need to make a move just yet. But do you retake hill with your bat chats? Do you push underneath the riverbed to get to the one flag? Well, you need to take hill control then. But where do you leave the Fosh B? And it looks like the Fosh B is going to commit across the bridge at the same time as they're taking hill.
Quick up here from the two bat chats, Dark and Madhouse. It is going to be Dark to lead the charge, so he'll be the one tanking the majority of these shots. Madhouse getting all the damage in here for free. Is tracked. Dark actually ends up crossing, and that is perfection from the two bat chat players of Bulldogs.
Jordan, another Ignite. Can I just point it out? Bulldogs have set 4 of the players on Adelaide ActionX in 3 games on fire. They are not just on fire, but they're putting their opponents on fire as well. And we're about to have another one as well, as Colin, he's just had his fuel tank damage, repaired that because he doesn't want to get us out on fire. And well, there goes his HP because the Fosh B decides to go quack and just completely delete him.
I mean, sometimes you just have to pray to the RNG gods, and it seems like Bulldogs have done that. ActionX must have missed the memo. Xanon reset easily down to 400 HP, and the bat chats are starting to lurk. Coming off the reload is Dark. Madhouse does just go onto the reload, so he won't be able to do too much for the foreseeable future. And I find it amusing in a way that Bulldogs are actually being this tentative. Like, I understand they can still lose the game from here, but it does seem to just go back to their ethos as a team where they're not going to put a foot wrong. They're going to make sure they do this one slowly but surely. Finally, someone goes down, and Dark is the one that's finished off. Eugene with the last man standing kind of attempt here. Once he gets flanked by Madhouse, it's all but done. The farm starts to come through, and it'll be finished off by Joe Tor. 3-0 series secured for Bulldogs, but now they'll be looking for that 4-0 in due course.
Yeah, Bulldogs looking great, securing the 3-0 as you suggested, which gives them 3 points towards the season scoreboard as well. So, to be fair, Kev, those have been 3 quite impressive victories from them at all points, looking like they kind of had it in the bag, like they had a plan, like they knew what they were doing, obviously. And it's one thing to have that plan, but it's another, obviously, to be able to utilize it and have it go exactly how you were looking for it to play out. So for the Bulldogs, it's been a really great start to the season.
Yeah, no complaints whatsoever. Mines, I think, was very clinical. The fact that they could take attack on Mines was fantastic. Defense on Tundra, I think Jordan did touch on it nice and early on, saying that there is a bit of a defender's advantage. And I think that's exactly what we did see at the end of the day. There was some nice early bleed damage coming forward from the Bulldogs, which has been the reoccurring trend, obviously, in this series. And now they're on the attack. And I think this is going to be a true test on Adelaide ActionX. On their map pick, where they're able to start in the defense at Tundra, how is Bulldogs going to break this open to complete the 4-0 if they can? I think that's going to be the true challenge tonight.
It's a super good point. Look, we've talked up the Bulldogs. We have high expectations for them. They played really well so far, but that is the true test. It's the next level. It's like, how is this going to play out when we flip it around, make them attack on a map that they did not pick? And I think, Jordan, you said it, but I was also thinking of it, like that sort of ethos of this team where there's only one tank left, but they're actually still playing it relatively safe. And I think there's a lot to take away from that, to be honest, particularly when you know you've already got the victory. You're not really playing for anything else, but you're still making theoretically what are the best choices.
I suppose it forces you to breed good habits in a way.
Yeah.
You're not going to overcommit to anything. There's no chance really that you're going to throw a game away after you've already perceived that you've won it, when in reality, there's still a chance for your opponent to come back in. So overall, yeah, I mean, I like the way that Bulldogs are going about things at this point in time. And Ben, the answer to your question as to how they can break open the attacking side is just get more fires. That's really all they need. Just one or two more shots in, set them on fire.
There's been a lot of fires. Tonight has been hot. Do you know what is also hot? Hashtag ANZPL Hot Shot Competition, thanks to Ironside Coffee. If you haven't had enough ANZPL action for the week so far, I know tonight's almost coming to an end. By the time we hit Monday, it's going to be all about the hot shot and the three best best clips. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll take a look at some of these replays. I don't know if any of these would be in your top 3 clips, Jordan. If you had to pick 3 clips from tonight, set them aside for Monday and have the community vote for it on Twitter, would there be a clip from this Bulldogs game so far that you would pick?
I'm not sure there would be one from this game. The only one that really strikes out to me, in my mind, is the Skorpions with the 60 TP, like almost blowing up that T100 LT on Prokhorov. I felt like that was kind of like a wow moment. It would have been better if the T100 LT, to be fair, did actually get blown up because he survived, but he was on a sliver of HP. So for me, that was probably the one that I think about the most out of today.
There have been some good ones. I liked Bolognese running away for the victory. You know, I thought that was pretty good. But memes aside, that whole lot of play was pretty good, to be perfectly honest. So that's thanks to Ironside Coffee. They've got, I think, a year's supply of coffee up for grabs as well as part of that. Exclamation mark Ironside in chat if you want to learn more. But Kev, we're going to get back into the action. It's going to be our last battle of week number 1. And the question is, can the Bulldogs find themselves this attack-side victory? And if so, look, that's I think that's a great start for them.
Whoa. Drift King Madhouse, where's he
In
off to?
style.
All right, so he's just going to be the one playing on the flank here, Kev. The rest of the Bulldogs, it seems like there is a really committed idea to head towards this 2 flag already. They've got some bleed damage out onto Colin and Shanky Pants. Not the worst of starts.
Oh, it's just once again the early bleed just falling in the favor of the Bulldogs nice and early on. Just leaving the single bat chat over here to anchor the 1 flag just to make sure he's spotting a couple of things. That's going to be the IGL of Adelaide ActionX CJ. And Tundra is just one of those very oppressive maps to actually take because you feel like you're going to take damage. Doesn't matter where you go, you feel like you're going to cop something. The fact is, so you spotted out 3 of these tanks nice and early on for the Bulldogs, I think indicates to me that you probably want to try to take this 1 flag position. You know that you've got the bat chat advantage. You're most likely suspecting that you can overrun one of these tanks. If it's not the super conk, then maybe it's the other bat chat if you can find him. But CJ, as soon as he spots this, he's just going to run away. And Joe Tora just left over here to anchor just to make sure he's keeping eyes on some of the rotations for Adelaide ActionX. It does look like the 1 flag is going to be the portal call from the VZs.
Well, off we go. Ravi is the one that's leading the charge at the moment. It's a slow charge, to be fair. Someone said he wins the race, though, as they do say. And that chat of ActionX starting to look a little bit isolated here. CJ, I mean, there is a bit of cover here to duck and weave with. Lots of defilades you can play. But inevitably, you're going to get run down by the couple of bat chats that are headed in your direction. Info, of course, is there for ActionX, but there's no one there to help CJ out at all. The rotation is going to take way too long. Once the bat chats get into the bowl, CJ is dead. Dark has a broken turret, but luckily, Madhouse is there to bail him out of trouble before he does get picked off. So, a 1 for 0. It's a lot of damage done onto the Bulldogs players, but they have the extra gun in the game, and now they also have control of the 1 flag, which ultimately is going to be quite hard to break for ActionX.
Yeah, and Madhouse is still very healthy on HP, so if you want to dig Dark out, you still need to commit across, and this is where Ravi should spot them out. Actually, it's Madhouse that spots out a lot of this, and Ravi needs to at least connect one of these shots. Oh no, you can't just let the VZs cross for free. Madhouse is going to get out to safety, but Dark is dead, and the problem is you needed to bleed out these heavies a little bit more. Dark has died, unfortunately, in this case for Bulldogs, and Adelaide ActionX in a great position to retake this 4-on-4. VZ's having this 1-on-1 with the STB one at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I think I back the STB one every day of the week at that point, and right now it looks like Joe Torres should get the better of Colin. It's really just a matter of time, though, before Colin does come off that reload, but Joe Torres not really within striking distance. The rest of the lads are coming across, though, and so this has been a real roller coaster of emotions all over the map. Backwards and forwards, Bulldogs have pulled ActionX, and with a bit more of a nimble lineup, having 2 bat chats and SVB1, they're the ones that are sort of getting the better of it. Super Conquerors, VZ55 trying to chase down these medium tanks. I mean, it's never really going to work out for ActionX, though credit to them, they're keeping it quite close, and in fact, they've got the HP advantage right now, but you know, again, they're going to have to go on another rotation when there's a bit of cap pressure put on.
It might not be a bad time to... this is the part where you have to slow things down a bit for Bulldogs, and It's on Madhouse actually making the play in the bat chat right now. Where are you going to go for information? Where are you going to place this cap pressure? Where are you going to cover off? Where is the most likely scenario on where Adelaide ActionX are going to try to retake some of this map control? So 2 flag pressure going to be placed. Now, your immediate suspicion is that the Super Kong's going to dive in from either the 3 line. I don't think they're going to expect Shanky Pants coming out over here from the 1 line, so they just might lose Ravi for free. Well, he's been spotted out now. Joe Toro's over there covering him off, but Ravi might be good enough to at least get 1 shot off.
There's a bit of a dip for Ravi to play in, so he's really forcing Shanky Pants to commit to try to get this reset, or at least to get this kill, which will give Joe Toro the opportunity, at least for a second shot, I should say, in here onto Shanky Pants. Not quite the kill just yet. My eyes do turn to Madhouse and Joe Toro in this situation, though. AVP, the VZ55, not much HP to work with, and eventually will actually get knocked over, so seems to be proven correct. Now it's the medium tanks that have to go to work. And you've probably got the 2 medium tanks that you'd want in a situation like this. Maybe you'd want to have 2 bat chats instead, just for that clip potential. But Madhouse, 1 shot into Zanin will be enough. Joe Atora can kind of face tank Shanky Pants if he really needs to and just push across. Overall, that's a good exchange. Madhouse 1 shot for 1 shot, but it is a kill. And that brings it back to the 2-on-2.
I don't think you can actually cross and face tank a VZ55. I think there should be just enough HP to, and with a good roll, to actually kill the STB1. So you have to approach this quite carefully for the Bulldogs, just for now.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a gamble, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's 490 alpha out of each shot from Shanky Pants. So chances are, statistically speaking, Joe Toro would survive, but that doesn't necessarily mean that is going to be the case. So they're going to try and play things a little bit smarter. He's going to look to get those shots into Eugene, break things open that way. And now maybe even try to make the cross on the bridge work. Luckily, doesn't take any damage from that one. Has to use the repair kit, but Joe Toro will take that every day of the week. And Madhouse still putting the cap pressure on, forcing the opponents to come to him.
Oh, VZ's been spotted out now, though. So Shanky Pants, you need to, I think, focus down Joe Toro over here, and I think they know it. But what a show! Oh my God!
Whoa, not another one.
How does it keep happening? Oh my goodness! Adelaide ActionX going to be absolutely molding after this one. It's another ignite, and it's an ignite the worst time possible. Is Madhouse? Where are you aiming at, bro?
He's aiming at the moon.
He's aiming at the stars, but Bulldogs will complete the 4-0. I don't even know what to say to that. Another ignite. ANZPL. Absolutely on fire.
Yeah, that's a little bit feels bad, man. But congrats to the Bulldogs. They get the first 4-0 of the season. I actually don't think we're going to see that many 4-0s this season, short of mental boom and stuff happening end of season. But like that was a pretty good result from them. But Jordan, like, you gotta feel bad. The roll of the dice, the RNG, just not working for the ActionX. Even if you say the Bulldogs played it well, things did not go in Adelaide's favour tonight.
No, I mean, at least the silver lining is that final fire probably doesn't make a difference. They probably still would have lost from that point. So, I mean, I'll give them that at least. Yeah, I thought Bulldogs looked really good. They were, you know, as we've said quite a few times today, quite methodical. Bit of team damage coming through there for Eugene. That could have actually made quite a significant difference, given, again, how close that game ended up being. But just seemed like that cohesion was on a different level for Bulldogs, which is probably what you would expect coming through from a completely unchanged team that finished second in Season 2. Into Season 3, the expectation is set quite high. And I'm happy to say I think Bulldogs have answered that expectation quite nicely so far tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Kev, your thoughts in general about this matchup? Again, bad RNG, but everything the Bulldogs did looked good. I don't want to sound like a Bulldogs fanboy, even though, like, in previous seasons, like, I'm from Brisbane originally, I love the Bulldogs. It looked great. This is what they didn't have at the start of last season. So I know we can talk about quite a lot. Well, they haven't changed their team. They've come into this season. Theoretically, things should go well. It doesn't always play out that way, but that's a pretty good start.
Yeah, I mean, my question was always going to be, after the end of last season, teams can take it one of two ways, right? Either you decide that you want to stick together, you come back stronger, and you come into this season with a bit of sense of vengeance and honestly a bit of a chip in your shoulder. And that's kind of what I'm seeing from the Bulldogs a little bit. Just this, the way that they're playing is just, it's choking, it's dominating. I don't know how else to describe it. We can say a little bit RNG goes in their favor, but all the decisions that they're making are just the correct ones at the right time. They're making sure they're taking the correct fights. Even, I think one of the moments I wanted to highlight, not necessarily over here in Tundra on their attack, but on the defense, was the fight they took over on Hill, where Dark and Madhouse was in the bat chat. That to me would be one of the hotshot moments, because they actually didn't focus the same tank. There's just this instant trust and communication across both these bat chat members in Dark and Madhouse that they're going to finish off both their respective targets. And they kill both their respective targets in a crossfire, like almost instantly and perfectly. It just looks seamless. And that to me is the scary part, is that teamwork and cohesion.
It's less about the fact that they did win. It's more of me about the way in which they did it. And even to myself, who is much more of a tank noob than the two of you, and obviously everyone watching at home, it's apparent. It's quite clear. They're looking good. Great start to the season. Look, the ActionX probably weren't the team. It's not, I don't know, like ActionX have a whole season to do what they can do, and I would love to see them make top 4 and just make that little improvement. But probably one of the easier teams maybe for the Bulldogs to go up against in week 1. So it's one thing to say, hey, I took a win up against the ActionX in week 1, when maybe they've got a little bit of work to do themselves there, but it's going to be week 2 and week 3, and as those more difficult opponents come through, and they've obviously had that chance then to, get themselves ready for the rest of the season. What is this Bulldogs looking like then? But a great start. I probably don't need to talk about it anymore, but so far, I think of what we've seen tonight, the Bulldogs probably the most impressive of the teams that I've seen so far, Jordan.
Yeah, I think you're pretty on the money there, Ben. Although, again, I would give a shout out to the North Sydney Sentinels, but for a couple of unfortunate occurrences, they probably could have won that series, and they also looked pretty good in doing so. So for me, I mean, Bulldogs, Sentinels, Matildas, Skorpions, Archers are the ones that looked the best this evening. I don't think that's too much of a surprise. That's pretty much the expectation coming through from the teams that did perform well in season 2. Obviously, the exception being Archers, who didn't do very well for themselves. But, we saw them have a couple of good upgrades in terms of their roster, and there was always that potential there. So, historically speaking, Conquerors, Panthers, ActionX have been the ones that have sort of been trying to jostle it out for those middle of the pack positions, whereas the other 5 are the ones that are sort of battling for the top end of the thing. And that sort of makes sense to transition across into season 3 as well.
Take a look at our scoreboard at the end of week number 1. The Bulldogs and the Archers sitting up there on top, along with the Skorpions, and then the Matildas going to be went through to the tiebreak, which is why you'll see the 2 and 1 points there for the Sentinels, and the Conquerors, Panthers, and ActionX coming through as our bottom 3. But it's only week 1, gents. No draws. Fantastic to see. I think there's going to be a little bit more separation in the scoreboard than perhaps in previous seasons, I would endeavour. But I guess no real surprise maybe for you, Kev. Jordan said, listed his top 5, and already those top 5 are the top 5 on the scoreboard.
Yeah. And I guess I will say as well, Brisbane Bulldogs staying at the top there just because they get the extra better round differential over Archers and Skorpions. It doesn't really matter too much in week number 1, but it could make a big difference later on in the season. And it's always something that we do like to track. Yeah, I mean, like I said, not really too many surprises. North Sydney Sentinels, I guess at least they come out with 1 point. So better than nothing. That's something that could be said for this season. It's that we do get those tiebreakers, and that's the all-important differentiating factor that we haven't had so far in the ANZPL. So, little steps as we go through each season, improving things, and I think that's what we've got.
I think there's so many positive changes, and I know I've mentioned it a few times, but even just between, the number of players that have either come back and what we've been able to do with the teams, or the format changes, but now, there's this whole sort of little ecosystem around the competition. The prize pool's gone up to 25,000 AUD, 10K for first place, not bad at all. And everyone all the way down to 8th place at the end of the season gets paid out. That we've got the Game On Nuts and Bolts podcast that I think is on Wednesday nights. We just mentioned before the Hot Shots competition kicks off on Mondays. It's kind of like, to me, it reminds me of the the classic catches, right, Jordan? Back in the day, where you'd have to dial a 1-900 number and vote to which was your favorite Shane Warne catch or something. Except this is on social media.
I love those.
Yeah, I love those as well. And you don't have to dial a 1-900 number to enter. And up for grabs is a year's worth of coffee, thanks to Ironside Coffee. Plus a ton more sponsors on board in general. So much has come together for this season. It's already, I think we can all agree, it's been a great night of games, equal to probably most, one of the more exciting regular season nights that we've seen. And that comes down to, I think, this new format and, of course, the tiebreaker. Let's take a look at next week. However, the Bulldogs up against the Skorpions. It's going to be our first match of next week. That is going to be an absolute ripper. Am I hyping up the Bulldogs too much? If there is an issue with the way the Bulldogs play, I feel that the Skorpions will find it. So that's going to be a very good match. I expect the Sentinels up against the Conquerors, the Archers up against the Panthers, and then the Matildas up against the ActionX. If you had to pick a game, Karath, would it be the same one as me? Is it the Bulldogs versus the Skorpions? What's your highlight for next week?
Yeah, I'd probably say that's a highlight, obviously, after week one. So both teams are showing themselves to be quite dominant, I would argue, against maybe just some weaker opposition. So I think this is a much better litmus test to see how they truly sit between everything. But it doesn't mean I'm not excited for the other matchups, of course. A lot of redemption storylines and a lot of proving points as well for some of these teams that are trying to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think that's it. Look, we're taking a lot away. We're making a lot of assumptions based on Season 2 results and based on what we've seen tonight. But Elfish Guy, obviously, as the season starts to play out, we will be able to get that little bit of a better idea. All I know is that I'm going to be typing !fantasy in chat, clicking the link and changing my freaking team for next week because I am not going to be at the top of the scoreboard after tonight.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about my team either. Like I said, I think I've only got points coming through from 4 players instead of 5, so that's pretty unfortunate. That's going to cook me a little bit. There will be some changes being made, let me tell you that much. Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed with how the fantasy's gone for me tonight. But hey, we'll have to see. You never know. Sometimes I feel like I get a really bad read on it. Like I think I've done a great job, and then I come through and I'm like, 30th for the week or something. Like, what happened there? And then the other day I'm thinking I've done terribly, and
I've
it's
done
top
bad.
10. So
I've done bad. I heard that there's going to be little marks next to our names so that you know that it's us. So that's going to be really embarrassing after this week. Anyway,
yeah.
ANZPL Season 3, Week 1 is done and dusted. So many sponsors on board. HyperX, Noble Chairs, Alienware, PC Gear, Ironside Coffee, the guys at Fortress supporting it. Game on. All of these things. It's been a great night. It's going to be a fantastic season if tonight is anything to go by. We will be back next Friday, 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. We'll see you then.